Good morning. Welcome to our Committee of the Whole agenda for Tuesday, May the 2nd, 2023. I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask if there's any declarations of interest. Seeing none, I will move along to the land acknowledgement statement.
Through you, Madam Mayor, perhaps we can take a pause to allow individuals to have a seat first.
The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the First Peoples of the Williams Treaty First Nation and other Indigenous peoples. And on behalf of Council, I thank them for sharing this land. We also acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as East Gwillimbury's closest First Nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and the waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and we join them in these responsibilities. I will be thanking Councillor Crone for leading Team EG in the run for South Lake this past Sunday, which was wonderful and well attended and no rain. You must have had a part of the... I also extend I also extend, on behalf of Council and residents, congratulate to His Majesty King Charles III on his official coronation happening on Saturday, May 6th. The ceremony and the celebrations will be televised. Before we move on, are there any announcements for other members of Council? Councillor, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just, on behalf of our friend, our former councillor, Joe Persicini, just to call out, I know we just did the South Lake run, but I did just want to highlight that the Easter Seals Run Walkathon that I first went to, I was Mount Albert Public Schools 30 some odd years ago now, but this is 47 years fundraising. So Sunday, May 28th, it's Riverwalk Commons. You can go online for more information, but very important. Easter Seals is, I think there's over close to 100 kids within our area that this helps. So just wanted to make that call out and let everybody be aware of that. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor LaHaye.
Thank you very much through you, Madam Mayor. And the Mount Albert Sports Day is coming up fast, June 2nd through the 4th. You are encouraged to sign up to participate in the 5K walk and run. They are looking for volunteers, and so it's an excellent opportunity to become part of the tradition of Mount Albert Sports Day. The next planning committee for Mount Albert Sports Day will take place on Friday, May the 5th. That's this Friday at 7 p.m. at the Mount Albert Community Centre, and they would love to see volunteers come out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you mentioned earlier, we had the Nature's Emporium run for South Lake Hospital on Sunday, and I want to thank everyone who participated and registered for Team EG, and we raised $7,600. And we're not done yet. You can still donate till this Friday, so if you have any loose change in your pocket you'd like to share, please. It goes to a good cause. And I think it should also be mentioned that our acting CIO came in 5th in his category. So that's great news. I think the category might have been CAOs in York Region, but you placed well, so that's what's important. So well done, sir. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who did come out. It was quite the a day, so all good. Are there any other announcements at this time? Not seeing any. We will move along to presentations, and there are none at this time. Item F is deputations, and we have Councillor Karen Brydon. President, Friends of the Library, making a deputation to committee regarding Friends of the Library update. Welcome, good to have you with us
Hello.
today.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm Catherine Brydon, the president of the Friends of the Squillenbury Library. And I'm just here because no one's ever come to council over 20 years to tell you what we've been doing. And I'm partly to blame for that. But I just want to attempt to put 20 years into 5 minutes. But first, I would like to thank council for allowing the Friends to hold our author readings in this chamber. It's the perfect space for our needs with such excellent acoustics and sound system. Authors who've come more than once remember the building, and publishers know that it will be a professional venue for their author. We began our author events in 2004 as an experiment, and on May 24th, thriller writer Ian Hamilton will be our 60th author. But may I remind you of our beginnings as a community group in support of our library. The Friends of the East Squillenbury Library was founded in the early 2000s by Karen Dempster, a Holland Landing resident with experience in promoting the arts. She and her husband, award-winning writer Barry Dempster, wanted to support and provide the library in East Squillenbury and establish South Lake Cinemania as part of the Toronto Film Festival circuit as a means of filling a cultural gap and to raise funds for the East Squillenbury Library. The Friends were set up as a foundation to receive funds raised through Cinemania and donate them to the library. A steering committee established by Karen began to meet and work on a mission statement and to formalize the Friends' role. Between 2004 and 2016, Cinemania contributed almost $68,000 to the library. As I mentioned, 2004 was also the year that we began our author events, and to date, we have raised more than $37,000 for the public library from these events alone. Next year will be our 20th anniversary of author events. During COVID, we switched to virtual author events and produced 5 between March 2021 and January 22. People zoomed in from all over North America, depending on the genre and the particular author. Guest authors Mary Lawson came from London, England, and Paula McLean from the United States, which wouldn't have been possible in any other format. And you can see other notable authors that we've hosted on the list that was circulated to you prior. So in 2006, the Friends formalized their position by receiving charitable status from CRA, letters patent from Industry Canada, and passing our first operating bylaw. I was the first president of the corporation, followed by Marie Coulter of Queensville and the late Tina Forrester from Mount Albert. I became president again when Tina resigned. In 2010, the Friends were the lead applicant on a collaborative community project to establish a literacy garden at the Holland Landing Library and Community Center. We were successful in receiving a $75,000 Trillium grant and were part of the committee that oversaw the design and execution of this award-winning garden. When the funding from Cinemania ceased in 2016, the Friends looked for other ways to raise funds for the library. An annual shabby chic sale began in 2014 under the leadership of Friends board member Linda Tanaka. It's been held every June since then, except for 2020 and 2021 during COVID. Last year, we raised $2,500, and our goal is $3,000 for the sale this year on June the 3rd. One of the first initiatives of the Friends was the production of bookshelf-themed quilts at each branch, with fabric book spines that donors could personalize. They were sewn by the late Marlene Johnson and the Gwillimbury Quilt Guild, and we have filled these quilts and are planning to install a new one in the new library in Queensville. Over the years, the Friends have produced a cookbook, held a garden tour, attended community events and farmers markets, and assisted with setup and refreshments at the library's used book sale every year. We are grateful for the support we have always had from library staff, library board members, and of course, town council. We hear from other jurisdictions that tensions arise between friends groups and their libraries. We have always received complete support from the board, CEO, tech staff, and front desk personnel. Without them, our little group of volunteers could not function as well as we have over 20 years. Our Friends group has been held as a model by the Ontario Library Service and others for its commitment to its mission, strong organization, and professionalism. I'm often contacted by other libraries who are investigating setting up a Friends group. In fact, a request just came over the weekend from Gravenhurst. So in closing, I will leave you with some fun facts about our success over 20 years. Between 2004 and 2022, East Gwillimbury Public Library has received $122,735 in donations through the Friends of the Library. Now, Cinemania donated $67,900 of that, and the Friends have raised $54,835. $37,000 has been raised through author events alone. So what have these funds supported? Since the beginning, we have ensured that 3 programs could continue: Books for Babies, the Summer Reading Club, and the Write On contest. We initiated the Books for Babies program in 2008 and have contributed $4,200 towards providing a board book and a book bag to new mothers, as we recognize that reading to children early is key to their development. The Summer Reading Club has received $17,950 from the Friends since 2007, and participation grew exponentially last year and will probably do so again this year. The Write On contest will celebrate 30 years this year, and the Friends have contributed $10,720 for the last 14 years, covering prizes and the publication of a book showcasing the children's submissions. There have been countless enhancements and special purchases we have funded over the years, from accessibility software, graphic novels, a teen corner, to heat presses for the makerspace. 2 that we are funding in 2023 are Wonder Books and Reader Pens. Wonder Books combine a physical book and an audio book, providing an accessible story for children. We are paying for 10 Wonder Books to be added to the existing collection of 36 because they're so popular. The cost for 10 is $700. Reader Pen is a convenient portable tool to support independent reading and literacy. By scanning the text with this state-of-the-art device, words are read aloud with natural speaking voices and defined in an instant with highest tier dictionaries. Reader Pen also features a voice recorder and supports to store scanned text, and no Wi-Fi is needed. So this is a great option for people with print disabilities, English language learners, or people who are having trouble reading, including stroke victims. So it's not just for children. The cost was $760 for 2 Reader Pens. Our total contribution so far in 2023 for these items and the 3 ongoing programs outlined earlier will be $3,910. We will be in a position to donate more after our spring author event and the Shabby Chic sale. So looking to the future, we have established a capital fund in order to provide some special enhancement for the new library in Queensville when it opens. Currently, there's $1,500 in that fund. So our mission is to promote literacy and the library in the community. And I trust that you would agree that we have done this. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Catherine. What a wonderful journey we've just had with the Friends of the Library, and some people sitting here have been here for most of that journey. It's amazing the amount of money that you have raised and made a huge difference in literacy in our community. Please go back to those that are still with you, and some maybe that you still keep in touch with, and thank them on behalf of all of council and all of our residents. It's quite an accomplishment. Thank you.
And thank you for making it possible for us to sort of raise our game, so to speak.
Yes. Wonderful.
So, thank you very much.
Any members of council have any comments? I know some have been with you a long time. Thank you very much. Could I have a motion moved by Councillor Di Clemente, seconded by Councillor Crone? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you so much. Our next item on our agenda is C. Garzon on behalf of Margaret, Bahen Hospice and Doane House Hospice, making a deputation to committee regarding Hike for Hospice.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Good to
Thank
see
you so
you.
much. Yes, good to see you too. Thank you for having me on the call. So my name is Camille Garzon. I'm the manager of fund development at Margaret Bahen Hospice and Doane House Hospice. So I'm not sure if you've all heard of our hospices before. Margaret Bahen Hospice is a 10-bed residential hospice where we provide end-of-life care to individuals from East Gwillimbury and other parts across York Region. Doane House Hospice is our community hospice that provides social work, group programs, and art therapy to individuals who are diagnosed with a life-threatening illness or going through their grief and bereavement journey. We receive government funding to cover our nursing and PSW staff salaries, but we do rely on support from the community to fill a gap of about $750,000 each year. And this covers our operational costs for things such as food, electricity, volunteer programs, and other areas that make our hospice like a home away from home. We are fortunate to receive support from families and different foundations, but rely heavily on our special events, such as our Hike for Hospice, to fill this fundraising gap. Hike for Hospice is one of our annual events. It brings together families to join together and hike in honor or memory of their loved ones, and to come together as general support of our hospice services. This year's hike is taking place at Fairy Lake Park in Newmarket on Saturday, May 13th. Our participants will hike together and then take part in a barbecue with some other fun family-friendly activities. I'm hoping today that council members will be able to support by sharing our event information to your connections over social media as a way to spread word of our event. And we have put together sample social media content as well as some images that you can use to share amongst your networks if that's something that you're able to do. And I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Go ahead, Councillor LaHaye, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Garzon. I have a question with regard to the need that you have for the hospice in terms of the number of people that you are providing services to. Could you provide a few more details about that?
Yes, so at our Margaret Bahen Hospice, on a yearly basis, we service around 200 people, 225 on a yearly basis. We are looking to increase that to about 250. That's our target. We've maintained a 93% occupancy rate throughout the pandemic and continue to do so today, or to this day. So we are frequently filling beds. And then through Doane House Hospice, we do provide services to predominantly residents living in Newmarket, Aurora, and Bradford. And we do service upwards of 300 people on a yearly basis.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Camille, I just wanted to thank you for coming out today. Personally, I have been touched by your hospice through family, and you do a wonderful job, and please keep up the good work, and if there's anything we can do to help you, don't hesitate to say so. Could I have a motion to receive, please?
Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor LaHaye, Councillor Johns, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are at item 3 in our agenda, and on behalf of the Ontario Federation of of Anglers and Hunters making a deputation to committee is M. Ryckman, and that's Item 1.2 in the Development Services By-law Enforcement Branch Report DS2023-16 Firearm Discharge By-law.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, councillors, and everyone in attendance. Am I coming through nice and clear?
You are. We can see you at the top of our screen.
Excellent, thank you. My name is Mark Ryckman, and I am the Manager of Policy at the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters here in Peterborough. And on behalf of our 100,000 members, supporters, and subscribers, and in particular, the approximately 300 members living in or within close proximity to the town of East Gwillimbury, thank you for giving me the opportunity to appear before you this morning in support of Sunday gun hunting. First, a little history. As a result of a policy developed by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, the OFAH, and the Ontario Federation of Agriculture in 2005, 67 municipalities across southern Ontario immediately passed resolutions in support of Sunday gun hunting. Most of our current Sunday gun hunting provisions that previously existed were enacted back in the 1950s. So in Northern Ontario, north of the French River, we have gun and archery hunting open on Sundays, archery hunting on Sundays everywhere in the province. And prior to this initiative, Sunday gun hunting was actually allowed in some eastern areas of the province. And originally, there were three main reasons that drove the support for Sunday gun hunting. In some cases, those reasons are even more relevant today. Number one being crop and livestock predation. According to the Ontario Soil and Crop Improvement Association, each year approximately $50 million in crop damage is caused by wildlife, most notably deer, raccoons, coyotes, and waterfowl. Livestock predation by predators is also quite common. This has resulted in increasing demands from the public for cost-effective and accessible methods to control predators like wolves, coyotes, and bears. Second is public safety. Wildlife populations in Ontario are healthy and in many areas increasing in numbers. While this is generally good news, there are a number of cases where populations have reached levels that are resulting in unacceptable impacts on agriculture, the environment, and public safety. According to the Ministry of Transportation, there is a motor vehicle wildlife collision every 38 minutes in this province, and 90% of those involve white-tailed deer. These collisions result in death, hundreds of serious injuries, and tens of millions of dollars in insurance claims. The MNRF has repeatedly stated that hunting is the most cost-effective wildlife management tool, without which they could not possibly cope with the burgeoning wildlife populations in many parts of Ontario. Third is economic. Or I should say a fourth reason is economic for allowing the expansion of hunting to include Sundays. Hunting in Ontario generates about $1.5 billion in annual economic activity. There are over 470,000 trained, licensed, and responsible hunters in Ontario who contribute hundreds of millions of dollars each year to fish and wildlife programs, including the Fish and Wildlife Special Purpose Account, which funds all fish and wildlife programs in the province from licensed revenues. We no longer live in a Monday to Friday world. Simply put, townships that permit Sunday gun hunting are viewed as more attractive destinations for hunters. If Sunday gun hunting was allowed, many hunters who would not normally think of driving a long distance for only a Saturday hunt might take advantage of the opportunity and bring with them economic activity for your community. Currently, there are 187 municipalities in Southern Ontario who have voted in favor of Sunday gun hunting. East Gwillimbury is bordered on the north and south by municipalities who have already passed resolutions to approve Sunday gun hunting, and the township of West Lincoln in the Niagara region approved it just a week or two ago. Interestingly, an individual can target shoot with a gun on a Sunday in certain areas within municipal boundaries, and yet that same individual is unable to use that same gun to hunt in a regulated, lawful hunt on a Sunday on their own property. According to Statistics Canada, hunting in Canada is responsible for only 0.001% of accidents, far less than injuries from car accidents, insect bites, and even lightning strikes, believe it or not. Hunting is one of the few recreational activities that require proof of competence before engaging in the activity through both hunter safety and firearm safety courses. Since the advent of the hunter safety courses administered by the OFAH, the injury rate for hunting accidents has dropped to virtually nothing. In conclusion, the adoption of Sunday gun hunting can increase harvest levels, decrease predation on crops and livestock, provide increased economic activity, and is clearly not a threat to public safety. So thank you for allowing me to appear before you today. I would be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryckman. Are there questions? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you for your deputation. I think it's important that in a community we look to share our space. My home, like many people in East Gwillimbury, backs onto Forest. And when my kids were little, and now with my grandchildren, we like to walk back there. There's hunters' blinds back there. And I know that on Sunday is the one day of the week that I can walk back there safely and not come across a hunter. So I think when we're looking at sharing the space, knowing that hunters have 6 days a week, and those of us who want to walk in the woods with our children can do so on Sundays, I just wanted to put that out for you, that we need to think about sharing the space. Most of the stuff that you talked about applies equally to 6 days a week. It doesn't really make the case for the 7th day. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments, questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor LaHaye. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much for your presentation. We are at item number 4 in our agenda with D. Breault making a deputation to committee regarding Item 1.2 Development Services By-law Enforcement Branch Report DS2023-16 Firearm Discharge By-law.
Thank you, Mayor Haxon, and thank you, councillors. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Yep. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So good morning, East Gwillimbury Council of the Whole. Thank you for the opportunity today. I'm a resident of Newmarket that recreates in East Gwillimbury. I have permission from several farmers and businesses that allow me to hunt legally on their property. I've spoken to staff whom I think did a great job on their report. As East Gwillimbury continues to expand, so must firearm boundaries. Safety of East Gwillimbury residents must be at the forefront of this discussion. The report is missing an opportunity, and my written submission speaks to how this came about and its history. And I'm before you today asking if this report can include an amendment to allow for Sunday gun hunting in East Gwillimbury. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any at this time. Could I have a motion to receive? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead. Thank you. Are you speaking? No, you're moving. Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Now I will speak. I just wondered, in the past, we've often brought items forward on our agenda when we have deputants. It's not too far along on our agenda today, but I just thought I would make that option available as a suggestion.
Thank you very much. Item number 5 is J. Petejan making a deputation to committee regarding G.1 Administration Report, Admin 2023-2001 Adoption of Strategic Plan, and we'll move forward with that at this point. Could I have a mover, please? Pardon. Thank you. Welcome. Good to have you with us today.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of council, and residents of East Gwillimbury. Thank you for allowing me to present this morning on the adoption of the strategic plan. I had the privilege of deliberating this past March 21st to council, and I didn't receive any notification of changes to the strategic plan. East Gwillimbury is seen as a rural area where people can still go to work, fish, play, hunt, and relax at your cottage. The municipality is a well-balanced community made up of several growing urban areas and villages. It covers an area of 238,000 square kilometers with a population of 38,000 people. That works out to 6.27 residents per square acre. That's lots of room. With 70% green space made up of farms, forests, recreational amendments, making EG, short for East Gwillimbury, a beautiful place to live and visit. Present projections are showing a large and rapid growth of development, both residential and commercial. The primary growth areas are along the Yonge Street corridor and Highway 404. As cited by Mrs. Petejan, and I apologize if I'm pronouncing it wrong, this strategic plan emphasizes three parts: the economic, environmental, and social sustainability. The word sustainability, it's a big word, and it's used numerous times in this plan. And it was defined by the Oxford Dictionary as meeting our own needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. That's pretty important when you read that. Let's think about that for a moment. Sustainability. Meeting our own needs without compromising future generations to meet our own needs of today. Remember, your website states 70% green space made up of farms, forests, recreational amenities, open space. Are we compromising future generations here in this plan? Using words incorrectly without explanation or definition can lead to misunderstanding or misleading, causing poor outcomes. Many strategic plans emphasize strong growth. But if you look at those communities who have pursued their strategic plans, the outcome for parkland, recreation, and open space does not get the same attention as economic growth. Should there be a growth percentage for every tax dollar collected, a percentage that is allocated to the three parts of the strategic plan? This would ensure proper distribution of tax dollars. This leads me to asking Mrs. Petejan, what template is she following, and why are so many municipalities following the same format? Many municipalities follow the same format using verbiage such as sustainability crisis, energy crisis, climate crisis, housing crisis, food crisis, and other crises not yet discovered. We heard repeatedly the Strategic Committee provided public meetings, workshops, online surveys, discussions, but the actual feedback received to the municipality was minimal. There was no mention of how many people actually participated or what their comments were. No mention of how many recipients were actually residents of East Gwillimbury, or how many people were tied directly to the municipality or a non-government organization, special interest group, or consultants who may benefit from this plan. Which makes me question, how are these important, critical results getting to the point of adoption of this plan when most of the residents in East Gwillimbury are not even aware of it? The lack of clarity and discussion of so-called 15-minute neighborhoods or cities, smart AI buildings, or rapid growth within this plan do not reflect the impact to small business and people's freedom of movement and travel. Where is the discussion on the massive infrastructure expansion projects, the increased cost to power grids for electric vehicle charging stations, the reduction of fossil fuels for heating and traveling, the housing for seniors who are grouping together to live in small apartments due to skyrocketing rental costs or food costs in general? There's no mention of these challenges and how a balance can be found. So where's the money going to come from? Raising taxes? When businesses and taxpayers are stretched to the maximum, as layoffs and slowdowns are becoming more and more visible, economists forecasting tough times ahead, our strategic plan needs to reflect and take into consideration all these essential details.
Excuse me, your 5 minutes are over. I've given you just a little bit more.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm almost done.
How much?
I've only got 2 pages to go.
I look at members
And-
of council. Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. I could go on and reference more irregularities and misleading of taxpayers, such as the reference to shareholders, partnerships. Who might they be in this plan? The word transparency is used. I wouldn't use the Oxford Dictionary for the definition because I find it very difficult to read this plan and feel comfortable with its contents because of the lack of transparency. This plan fails to show no actual substance, direction, budget, timelines, guidelines, costing, or projects associated with this plan. Best example I can give is, would any of you give the municipality a signed blank check? That's what you're asking for from the taxpayer. I think not. But in this strategic plan, there are no measurements, comparisons, references to the definition spelled out. There are no checks or balances associated with this plan to protect and ensure the details are in taxpayers' best interests. Where's the accountability in it? The East Gwillimbury website says the municipality is a well-balanced community made up of several growing urban areas and villages with 70% green space, made up of farms, forests, open space, recreational amenities, making EG a beautiful place to live and visit. As I stated earlier, the meaning of sustainability, meeting our own needs without compromising future generations to meet their needs. I have grandchildren. I want to make sure they get the same as I do. This strategic plan does not meet that threshold. In closing, I would ask Council to review and reassess this strategic plan and ask for further public input and postpone the next adoption meeting and provide a more concise strategic plan. Spelling out projects, timelines, budget, costs, and more. Taxpayers and businesses, families, and citizens can continue to have a sustainable, wonderful life here in East Gwillimbury. The outcome of this strategic plan will be viewed as your legacy in years to come. I stated 10 questions in this disposition. I hope you can answer some of them. Shall I repeat any of them? Do you have any questions?
I would remind everyone in the council chamber, this is not a theater. This is a place of work, and there is no clapping. While I understand emotions are very high today, please refrain from clapping in our council chamber. Thank you.
I apologize for the residents.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Are there questions from members of council? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Is it Petejan?
Petejan.
Petejan. Thank you, and I'd like to thank all the members of the public that have attended. It's nice to see community engagement. So many meetings we've had here where the seats are empty, so it's nice to see some faces. We might not all agree all the time, but it's nice to see just the same. I truly want to understand where you're coming from on this, because I try to put myself in the other person's shoes to get get that perspective. And so I think we have actually some common ground on the, I think we all here want to, we don't want to sacrifice, future generations for today. So I think that's some common ground that we have. You mentioned accountability for this. It's a 4-year document, lasts for the term of for this council. We will have the detail and the specificity that you look for in the projects that come out of this. And so this is supposed to be a very broad stroke strategic plan. The details and whatnot will come out of the individual plans that come out of it and tactics. So I appreciate that may be lacking. There is one comment that you made that I would like to drill down a bit on, though, where you talked about freedom of movement and travel. I didn't see that anywhere in the document, or if it's implied. Could you help me understand better what you mean by that?
Sure, I sure can. When Mrs. Petejan was speaking last week, there was a question that came from the council about 15 minutes, and it's also shown in your Build Communities section of the strategic plan. And she was saying it's wonderful, it's convenient for people just to walk to the store, walk to the park, walk here, walk there. But that can be what we do today. We don't need 15-minute neighborhoods. We're doing that today. I don't know how you would be able to do a 15-minute neighborhood in 70% of East Gwillimbury. That's rural. It doesn't work. I can see similar things happening maybe in residential or commercial areas, but any time that you, as Ms. Petejan was saying, put a time on it, you're now looking at restrictions. We don't have restrictions today. So why would we put a time on it? It makes no sense. And getting back to 15 minutes, I would think the majority of us all drive. We all support the auto industry here in Ontario. We all support people that we know work in the auto industry. So why would we want to disrupt that? Why would we want to create electric charging stations when we don't even know how many cars are going to be on the road? It's very tough to analyze. It's very difficult to project. The best way that I've seen in the past is let the marketplace dictate. If the marketplace doesn't dictate, then you're on the right track. But if the marketplace is dictating, then you need to reevaluate. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, well, sort of. I big believer in the marketplace too. I spent 20 years in the corporate world. I'm a business guy, so I think the marketplace does things better than what government could do in some respects. Not all the time, but I'll straddle both sides if I can be a typical politician. I live in the country too, and I can walk 15 minutes in either direction, and I won't come across a school, a store, a park. I'll just come across other neighbors. So I think for us, the concept of whether you call it 15-minute communities, complete communities, walkable, they have many names. I think it's aspirational. And, Jane Jacobs, Toronto planner, came up with this concept, or parts of it, many years ago, and others have built on it. And I think it's aspirational. But if it's about restricting movement, that's not on. Many of us here have recreation properties that are 15 minutes further than where we live. So we wouldn't be up for that. And I don't think anyone here wants to relive what we went through with the pandemic. That was not, I had a mother dying in a long-term care home of cancer, and she died with cancer and dementia.
Sorry to hear that.
I had to witness that through a pane of glass. I couldn't be with her. And so if anyone thinks that I'm about restrictions or locking down people, they are grossly misinformed, because that's not what I'm about. And I think that view was shared here. So I want to allay any fears that people may have about that. And I know my words may not be enough, but you may just have to judge us on our actions.
I appreciate your words, Councillor, and just to correct you, the 15-minute community, actually, I'm Italian, and when you travel to Italy, we have what we call piazzas, and that was the center of the city, and everybody would walk to it. That's where the 15-minute cities are started. But what happened between then and now? The car, the automobile, freedom of independence. That's what we have right now. And if that's taken away from any of us, that is something that puts us in a very, very different world, different climate. We have to respect our councillors, our politicians, that they're working on our behalf, that they're doing everything that we need to do in order to maintain sustainability. Because once we lose that 70%, that 6.27 residents per square acre, we've lost who we are, and we've lost what our children will have. And we have to be very, very careful going down. So I hope that we can get a little more input before we can have any of these things actually passed. That's what I believe the residents of East Gwillimbury would be all in favor. And I won't ask you those 10 questions.
Councillor LaHaye, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to Mr. Petejan for your presentation. And I also would like to acknowledge the fact that there are so many in the audience today, which I believe reflects, obviously, there is a concern about the language and about the concept of the 15-minute walking community that needs to be acknowledged and addressed and can't just be brushed over, because we don't often see such a strong turnout. So thank you very much for expressing your opinions and for participating in the democratic process. And I think it's beholden upon us as a council. I would like to suggest a compromise, which Mr. Petejan just referred to. I think that this is an issue more of language and around the concept of 15-minute walking communities, which means different things to different people in different situations. I think that there might be room for a compromise in terms of the language, which I think would address the intention behind that wording, but would be more accommodating to people's concerns, which would be around improving accessibility to the resources and the needs and the services of the community. For example, on the campaign trail, I heard from people that they wanted access to family doctors, that they wanted access to more grocery shopping options, etc. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be within a 15-minute walking distance. And so I think that we should present a motion, if I am correct in the next way to proceed, that we further discuss this and in order to address the concerns that have been shared with us as councillors.
May I just intervene? And I appreciate your comments and your direction. I think that's very, very welcoming to hear that there are a little more input. Is there an opportunity where some of the residents, a group, can actually sit with council and maybe listen at the time where this is going to be discussed?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah.
I'm giving latitude here. It's not a back and forth situation. We're really concerned about your needs and your comments. But if we can just have comments at this time, and then if there are to be motions that'll be made, then we'll deal with that as long as everybody on council has the opportunity to speak up.
I appreciate that, Madam Mayor. Those motions, will they be before any voting? Will we receive any word on that?
Yes, we will in time, yes.
All right. Can I be assured that I will be on the notification list?
There's no notification list,
Okay.
but we know how you got here today. So we're hoping you use that same avenue the next time as well. I have other members of council who would like to speak at this time.
Yes.
Councillor Crothers first, and then Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. The plan, you talked about the definition of sustainability. And I see in the plan, the definition is very close to what you read out to us. Sustainability means supporting the ability of current and future generations to thrive while ensuring balance between economic growth, environmental stewardship, and social well-being. Speaks to efforts are focused on finding ways to improve, enhance, and do better. So in your deputation, you said that the meaning wasn't clear. To me, I don't know how we can make that meaning clearer. It's right there, it's right up front in the plan. Secondly, you said that we didn't listen, and we actually did. We heard the feedback on 15-minute communities, and we looked into how 15-minute communities have been framed on the internet to be something of a slippery slope. So we took that wording out because we know that that was leading to the plan being perceived as something that it wasn't. So we did listen and we took that out. Your comments about use of the car, I appreciate that some people prefer to drive, and nobody is taking that away. Nobody is taking that away. There is nothing in this plan that is going to take away anyone's ability to get where they want in their car. And I think, you know, reinforcing what Councillor Crone said, we all have places that we want to go. I live rural as well. I need a car to get everywhere. So there is nothing in the plan that is talking about taking away cars. And we have to represent everyone in the community. And there's people in our community that can't afford a car for every adult in their household. They have 2 teenagers that need cars as well. The houses that we're building don't have enough parking spaces for all the cars because it's not affordable to build houses with enough parking spaces for 3-4 cars. So what we're trying to do is provide the residents who want a more walkable community with some options. And you are absolutely correct. We will never get all of East Gwillimbury to be walkable. But we want to make sure that when we're building, it's not all sprawl and these stranded bedroom communities where every single person needs a car and our phones are ringing off the hook with people saying, where am I supposed to park my car? Why did I get a ticket? We want to make sure that we're providing options for people. So it's not about taking away anyone's freedom or anyone's rights. It's about providing more options. And as Councillor Crone said, in an aspirational way. We'll never get to every community. But if we can provide communities where some people can walk to some services so that a family that can't afford a car for everyone only has one car to get to, you know, the places that are outside of their immediate neighborhood, but they can walk to schools and daycare and the convenience store to get some milk. You spoke about the 70%, losing 70% of our green space. So I'm not sure if you're aware about not wanting to lose our green space.
That's what you have currently, I was saying, Councillor.
Yes, yeah, it's actually 83%.
Your website's outdated.
So you don't want to lose that, but if we keep building sprawl and building homes that can park 3 or 4 cars and the road networks, we will lose that. And our growth targets come from the province. We're not the ones that are deciding how many houses. We know we have to accommodate a certain number of residents by a certain date from the province. And so the best way to do that, to do what you say about preserving our green space, is to build those communities denser. And that we want to be able to do that in a sustainable way. So I think that when you look deeper into this plan, it's actually providing a lot of the stuff that you're asking for. And I just ask that, as Councillor Crone says, that you trust us, that we are trying to do what's best for the community.
Excuse me,
this
this is a council chamber and we expect behavior of such.
And if you have questions and you want to speak to us directly on anything, we are always here to listen and to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crothers. Just to come back with your land, when you look at, I grew up in this area.
Excuse me, I have a member of council, more than one possibly, that wants to speak as well. Go ahead, Councillor Roy DeClemente, and then I have some comments myself.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe Councillor Carruthers said most of what I was going to comment on, and that was firstly that we have a deputation today that we need to receive, and if we would like to have discussion about the next steps, as Councillor Leahy has suggested, that should be done under Item G.1, which is the report from the administration. But I will say that I understand that people are concerned and worried, and to Councillor Carruthers' point, we did listen and we did change the draft of the report. And today's meeting is a committee meeting, so what we decide in committee then gets referred to council in 2 weeks' time for us to ratify. So there's still time to make further changes should we wish to at this point. So right now, we're in committee of the whole, we're discussing and debating what happens to the strategic plan, which is, as staff have presented to us, in their best and final draft form. It's our turn to take a look at it to see if we want to change it further, having listened and engaged. And understanding that a strategic plan is not an official plan, it's not a business plan, it is a very high-level document, and many organizations don't use 4 years, they use 10 years or even longer for their strategic plan. So this is a very short window that could potentially not have as huge an impact on our municipality as something as important as our official plan. So there may be a little bit of linguistics that need to be managed here as well. So that would just be my point, was that we did listen, we did make changes, and we're in committee right now to address the report and then refer it to council for a final vote. So this is not the stamped it no erases day that some people may think it is. So I'd like to make a motion to receive Mr. Petejan's deputation today, and then we can move on and discuss this draft plan. Thank you.
Thank you. We've heard the deputation. We don't go back and forth in the council chambers with deputants unless council poses a question to the deputant itself. Today's staff report will not be approved at council today. We are in the deputation stage, as you've seen for the last time. Council will discuss the report under item G and can make any changes necessary with the item at that time. So just so people understand what we're doing here today and what's going to happen as time goes on. And we certainly will be having a meeting that will cover the next steps as well. This isn't the only meeting to be had here. Did I have anyone else that wanted to speak? I don't.
Through Madam Mayor, Councillor Roy DeClemente has moved to receive the deputation, so you just need to have a vote on that prior to proceeding with item G1.
Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Council.
So we are under item G for administration, and we have a mover for the resolution. Be it resolved that administration report, administration 2023-02, dated May 2nd, 2023, entitled Adoption of Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026 be received, and that council approve the formal adoption of the draft strategic plan for the 2022 to 2026 term of council. And any questions on this motion? All those in pardon? I'll refer that to staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And so this item relates to the deputation and to the public input that you just heard from the deputant a few minutes ago. Before we start on this item, I do want to express appreciation to our internal facilitation team. Normally, these sorts of processes are facilitated by outside parties. We did have a staff team consisting of Ms. Petejan, Christy Beatty, Frank Mazzata, and Andrew Soni, who did facilitate a number of meetings and discussions with council over the past several months to get to this point. So what you have before you today is the draft that is the culmination of all of the input and thoughts that have been deliberated by council to set in place the high-level plan for the next 4 years. It's really important to reiterate So I thought maybe there was some feedback. It's really important to reiterate that the strategic plan is the kind of four-year high-level plan for council. It kind of guides us in terms of the general direction that we're going. There's a number of other planning documents that support that. Councillor Roy D. Clemente mentioned the official plan, which is really our longest window of planning document that goes out about 3 decades in terms of what East Gwillimbury may look like as it develops over the next number of years. And to keep in mind that we heard this morning about an interest in what are the specific projects and initiatives, and those typically get fleshed out on an annual basis as part of our annual business plan and budget process. And that is very much a public process, open to the public, and we welcome input into those annual business plans each year. And that process typically starts, the public process typically starts in the September-October timeframe and culminates in an annual business plan and budget. So just to kind of tie in, Madam Mayor, some of the other planning processes and documents that end up supporting this draft plan that you're considering today at committee. So with those as some opening comments, staff are here and welcome to, happy to answer any questions you might have and welcome your deliberations today.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. We begin each meeting with the land acknowledgement, and I just wanted staff, if staff could speak to where the land acknowledgement fits into the strategic plan, because it does guide our thinking, and I think it's important that we talk publicly about where that fits in our strategic plan.
Through you, Madam Mayor, in terms of the land acknowledgement, Council will recall that there was an equity, diversity, and inclusion framework that was brought before Council in December of 2021, and Council endorsed that framework. The equity, diversity, and inclusion framework is noted in the draft strategic plan. And so speaking to all of the elements in which we are going to both express and educate and engage our community through, thank you, I was distracted by that. Through the work we're doing to celebrate our community. And so essentially the land acknowledgement could come with the preface that indicating how we are demonstrating the engage and educate component of the EDI framework, and we could add a preface to that. I was actually at an event yesterday where York Regional Police provided that type of explanation before the land acknowledgement was recited. And so we can add that type of preface to that and make note of the fact that it is part of our EDI framework.
I think that would be very good. I think we're starting to fall into the just reciting it rote at the beginning of meetings and forgetting that we need to actually live it. And so I think if there's a way to show in our strategic plan, I don't think we want to shoehorn it in last minute, but I think that it is embedded in the strategic plan. And if there's a way to maybe bring that a little bit more to the surface, and or when we are at the beginning of meetings, when we're saying that land acknowledgement, maybe there's a way to speak to how it informs us rather than just as a standalone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any, go ahead, Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and through you to Council and the audience. I would like to go back again to address what appeared to me to be the main concern of the participants here today who are attending, which is the concept of and the language around the 15-minute walkable community. If we are going to make some changes or improvements to the strategic plan, while recognizing that this is a very high-level document, it is a document that we've put a lot of time and effort into. So in my opinion, I think it's important to get it right. So if it's a matter of addressing the specific language around that concept that would make it easier to comprehend for residents in East Gwillimbury, as well as easier to achieve in our strategic plan, I think it would be appropriate and helpful to talk about that 15-minute concept in terms of the language that it represents. And hopefully we could come to a compromise that would acknowledge the input from residents.
Marjo, and go ahead, please. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead.
Councillor Leahy, through you, Madam Mayor, we have compromised and we have removed all reference to the 15-minute community, and we have compromised on the word walkability rather than using the 15-minute community. So I think that residents need to see the plan and see that the word 15-minute community is not anywhere in the plan, and we have done that compromise. And so I think that what you're asking for has already been accomplished. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to, I guess, float the idea of if there is an appetite for additional consultation. Certainly, I think, to Councillor Cohn's point, we are on the same page, but there may be clarity or a need for more clarity around language and intent, and understanding how departmental work plans fit in with the strategic plan, and how the budget and that public process is integrated, and how that speaks to specific initiatives. So I'm speaking on behalf of the facilitation team, but if there's an appetite to engage in further outreach and help residents to understand that the strategy was built based on the feedback that council received from residents at the door through and helping them to understand that it actually does represent thousands of resident individual feedback or the feedback of thousands of residents, that type of thing. So, I mean, we can certainly work to organize another opportunity to perhaps workshop some of these concepts if that is if that's the desire of council. So.
Thank you. Members of council, we could further refer it to staff if they wish to obtain more input from all of us. There has been a lot of discussion today taking place, so I leave it up to members of council if they choose to refer it back to staff or to move forward at this point. Councillor Johns, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I know this is a little bit unorthodox, so you please tell me no if it's not allowed, but there's still residents here, and I want to ask a question of somebody. There's Mr. John Gamble did a deputation to us previously. Would it be okay if I asked him a question?
Madam Clerk?
As a follow-up to a deputation, I'd rather just ask it in front and instead of like asking him out in the.
Madam Clerk?
Through Madam Mayor, procedurally, that would have to be up to council to pass a motion to waive the procedure bylaw and allow for a last-minute deputation to be brought forward. So if it is the consent of council to have that, we can facilitate that.
Whether I ask a question out there or I ask it here, that's what I want to do, so.
Would you like to ask it in here?
I would, if somebody, I'll move it if somebody can. Okay, thanks. Or do we need all in favor?
All in favor?
Should we ask Mr. Gamble how he feels?
Well, he's done a deputation before. He should be able to put you on the spot here.
I still have to go through the process. So we have on now a motion to waive process.
My motion is to waive the procedural bylaw to allow for Councillor Johns to ask Mr. Gamble a question. And for Mr. Gamble to respond.
All those in favor? Opposed?
Thanks, there we go.
That's carried.
Wonderful.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
please.
Thank you all, and thank you. It's a follow-up. It's to my better understanding. We're talking about.
Excuse me, just before, the door needs to be open.
Okay, great.
No, the door needs to be open.
So my question is about, like we're talking about more consultation and whatnot, and your previous deputation, thank you very much for doing that and sharing your thoughts and thoughts of others as well. So if we go back again and do more consultation, because we've been talking about this for like 5 or 6 months now, is there any stage of the document that it's in right now where, is there any part of the document that you would align and agree with, or do you think it needs to like be moved back out and completely go back to the drawing board? Or because I don't know that what we're talking about here is adjusting language is satisfactory to folks with where they're aligned in their thoughts. And so, yeah, so it's a more fundamental, like if we are so far past and divided with each other, then I think at some point we need to acknowledge that. But if there is actually a legitimate, like, let's sit down and figure this out, and that's what I want to know from you, putting you on the spot. Is there an opportunity for us to sit down and have a conversation? Is there something that you like within this, the strategic plan that has been worked on by residents who aren't here today, I'll say that as well, who for the last 6 months? So that's what I'm trying to align my thoughts on prior to a vote. Is there an opportunity for us, like a realistic one?
Yes. We're focusing around language. And fortunately, you did use the term 15-minute city. That woke people up. It's what the 15-minute city is viewed throughout the world. I don't want to get into conspiracy theories and all the rest of it. I would like to present to council at a later date. But the term 15-minute city just attaches itself to Klaus Schwab, Bill Gates, Larry Fink, Bloomberg, all the boys, and the WHO, the WEF. That is one of their main pushes today, is that we'll take all the people and we'll put them into small areas. We'll have a digital currency. They will be able to use that, but they won't be able to leave their community because their digital currency won't work in another location. These are all, I'm taking far-reaching possibilities, but we have to look at China and see what China's done. They brought in social credit. If you speak out against the government, oh, you don't fly. You don't take a plane. Your kids don't go to the best university.
Excuse me, I obviously misunderstood, or perhaps you misunderstood what we were doing here right now. I'm very uncomfortable with where this conversation is going.
I'll just mention that your mention of the word 15-minute cities
We
conjured
heard
up.
you.
Yeah.
We heard you
Then I'll
loud and
back off
clear,
on that.
and I believe that members of the audience heard loud and clear what our message was as
Yeah,
well.
and Madam Mayor, my question posed to you, you answered very
Yes.
directly to me, and so I thank you, and I understand, thank you.
If I could just make a comment that I'm sure that from your point of view, why do we come in at the last moment and object to something? If I may recommend just one thing. The town page in the local newspaper is very vague. So we're going to have a meeting on such and such, and it's going to be, It doesn't twig to specifics. And if I could suggest, they say, look, today we're going to discuss this, this, this. People say, oh, I'm interested in that. I think I'm going to pay attention.
Thank
Just
you
a one
very
comment.
much. Thank you. Councillor LaHaye, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Gamble. I would like to put forward a motion at this time that we hold a future community outreach opportunity for the sake of transparency and for the sake of giving the opportunity in the democratic process to address some of these issues that have been brought forward. I think that there is a need that has been presented for one more opportunity for people to contribute to the strategic plan before we make a final vote on it. So my motion is to, for the staff to present another date for future opportunity for outreach and public consultation before we proceed with a vote on the final strategic plan. Thank you.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
We have been working on this for months, basically since we were elected, since the municipal election, there have been multiple opportunities for the community, for all of our advisory committees were consulted, every single one of them. I don't know how many hundreds of volunteers that equates to, but all of those people have had input. Members of the public have had input. I am of the opinion that we have made changes. We have listened. We've changed the wordings of this document, and I think it's time for us to recommend to council that it be adopted. So if there's a need for a meeting in order to explain what a strategic plan is and what the plans for that are, I'm happy to support that. But I don't think that I'm in a position to continue the conversation. I think we have it. I think it's here. I think the final document is in front of us. So I don't see a need for us to have another public meeting about it when we've had so many already.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think that the concerns, I'm glad Councillor Johns asked Mr. Gamble this question. I'm not sure if we're still suspending the rules or...
No, you could have a seat, Mr. Gamble.
I'm
Thank
glad
you.
he asked that question because it showed us that there's not like one or two words that we need to tweak, that there's people in our community who are worried about the slippery slope aspect. And I think that by removing the 15-minute communities from our strategic plan, so there is no discussion about that. It shows that we listened to the community. The community is not comfortable with that language, and we have taken it out of our plan. So I think that we have met them where halfway what they're asking us to do. I have a lot of respect for staff and the hundreds of hours that have been put into this. As a council, we've listened at the doors, we've listened in the chambers, we've listened at community meetings, and this is the culmination of that. And it sounds like it's not a tweaking that is desired, but a wholesale change of the plan. And I think that at this point in the game, it would be very disrespectful to staff's time, our time, the community who has had input up to this point. I would like to move adoption of the plan. I think that we need to work with our community to make sure that they understand that the plan is not the things that Mr. Gamble has just said, that the plan is not the things that were mentioned by the previous deputant or in previous meetings, but we need to do a better job communicating, and I think that it's really important that we let the public know that we listened to them and we took the words 15-minute communities out. We will not be adding those back in. We are not looking at all the things that Mr. Gamble just spoke to. Those are not things that are anywhere part of this, and we need to find a way to communicate that to our community, and I'm not sure another public meeting is going to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Lahaye, you introduced a motion. Should we deal with it?
Yes, I would like to, through you, Madam Mayor, I would like to say one last thing. The language around the 15-minute community has been explained that it has been removed from the document. But what I have heard today and the copious emails that I have received, I believe speaks to a bigger question, which is the democratic process and which is about transparency. And there is obviously a need that needs to be addressed. Even though from our perspective, it seems to be very late in the day, that this is too important a document. If we have invested all of this time already, I believe that we should give one last opportunity for it to be addressed by our taxpayers, who we as public officials, we are working for the taxpayers who elected us. And so that is my basis for this motion, that we require one more opportunity and that we ask staff to set up one more consultation opportunity so that every resident feels that they have had their voice heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
My question is to Councillor Leahy. We've heard from the deputants they want wholesale change. They don't want to tweak the wording. They want wholesale change to this document. out of respect for staff who have worked on this, the community who has had input into this, are you suggesting wholesale change to this document, or are you suggesting a sham consultation where we put it before everyone and we go right back to approving the plan? Because I'm not in favor of that. If we are not going to do what the community's asking, then I don't think that having another meeting that would be exactly the same as this, where we pass the exact same plan, is respectful to the people who are deputations today and people who have emailed us. They want wholesale change to this. And if we're not prepared to do that, a sham second consultation, third consultation is not going to give them what they need. At the end of the day, we're wasting our time and their time.
Councillor LaHaye, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor. It's absurd to suggest that it's a sham, and it's disrespectful to suggest that it's somehow an insult to staff that they are doing their jobs to receive direction from council who are elected officials and who are working for the taxpayers. And so for the sake of transparency, I would argue that it is in the best interests of the entire municipality that we give one more opportunity for everyone's voices to be heard. And that is more important than the position that you are presenting, that somehow you are making an assumption that it would be a sham and it would be disrespectful.
Go ahead, Councillor
Thank you.
Carruthers.
My question was, are you prepared to make wholesale change after this next consultation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I am not expecting that there would necessarily be that assumption that you are making that wholesale change would be needed. It has not been proven to me that there is wholesale change that is being demanded. That is not the assumption that I'm making from the deputations that have been presented today.
We have oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would suggest that regardless of how the vote on the motion may go, whether we whether we approve the adoption of this, the strategic plan, we still have 2 weeks to the next council meeting in which it'll be ratified. And there are still opportunities for input from the public through emails to members of council, and even individual councillors could have a consultation in their ward should they choose. So having a staff-led public meeting is not the only option out there. So there are other opportunities should we proceed. Anyway, that's all my comments. Thank you.
So what we have now is a motion. Thank you. We have a motion from Councillor LaHaye, and we will call the vote on the motion. Do we have it?
Through Madam Mayor, just bear with me for a moment. Okay. So Councillor Leahy has presented a motion prior to reviewing item G1's motion, and that's referencing that prior to the adoption of the strategic plan, council requests staff to facilitate a public outreach opportunity regarding the strategic plan.
Thank you. And all in favor? Opposed? That's defeated. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead.
I've been sitting here quietly listening to the same things being said numerous times this morning. Might I remind everybody that it says right in G1, the strategic plan, once approved, will remain a living document that will be regularly reviewed and updated as needed. I think that pretty much says what we need to say here. I'm sure Ms. Bahen is going to reply to everything that comes in or keep us up to date. This is, we're going a little silly here.
Thank you.
So we have another motion on the floor, I believe. I believe it's for adoption to then take to council. Is that motion? I'm not sure if it was Councilor Roy D. Clemente or Councillor Carruthers to, what are we doing here? We okay, or?
Sorry, I'm just confused. I don't know if we actually have a motion on the floor at this point. I know it's in our agenda, but I don't know if we actually
Okay.
have, if anyone has moved it.
Okay, I'll move it if nobody has, and the reason why I'm in favor of moving it is that we have been the 6-month process. We're looking for a kind of sober second thought. I was against having committee of the whole and council. Here we are in this situation where, okay, we've got 200 meetings on the docket, we've got stakeholder meetings, like we didn't need other meetings, but there's still time to be able to dialogue. It hurts me that like everybody left before we got to talk about it, and it's okay to agree to disagree, but they left before we got to have dialogue. I thank Mr. Gamble for staying, and there's other folks staying too, and there's other folks here, and I got to ask my question. Some of it was in speaking to whole concepts, but Mr. Gamble, the first thing he commented on was the use of language. And we have adopted language, and it's not perfect for everybody, but we are receiving our directions from the province. And so, to Councillor Foster's comment about it being a living document, and there's still time again. So I'm going to move that we receive this, improve it, and I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation. Like this process is not a linear one, and yeah, so happy to move it.
Thank you. Ms. Petejan, go ahead.
Am I able to ask a question?
No, you're not.
I'm just not.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted, sort of for the record, a point of clarity that, that speaks to the language in that the concept was conflated with a concept that is very troubling, but that it doesn't, I think it's important to remember that we've removed the language because of that unfortunate association, but it in no way reflects the actual substance of the discussions that took place or the feedback that residents provided or the feedback that council provided, and in no way reflects the actual intent of the document. So just wanted to make that point of clarity that it's an unfortunate association with a concept that is indeed concerning and troubling, but in no way is related to the urban planning principles that were discussed in the formation of this document.
Thank you. Councillor Roy Clemente, go ahead, please.
For the purposes of transparency and accountability, as far as when will this come back and when's it going to be voted on and so on, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to Councillor Johns' motion, which would be the second clause read that that committee recommend to council the formal adoption of this draft strategic plan for the 2022-2026 term of council at the May 16th meeting of council, so that it's very clear what we're doing.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, so that motion's been moved by Councillor Johns and has gone through an amendment to state that the report be received and that committee recommend to council the formal adoption of the draft strategic plan for the 2022-2026 term of council at the May 16, 2023 council meeting. That motion requires the vote of council.
All those in favor? That's carried. Oh, opposed? That's carried. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that concludes item G1. I believe committee is requested for a short recess at this time.
It's 11:30. Might I suggest 12 o'clock? Is that long enough for everyone, or would you like it shorter than that? Shorter? Okay. So I would suggest 10 minutes then.
Finance is back, so it's up next, so we got to hit it hard.
Yes. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just for individuals that are joining us on the call, the committee is recessing at 11:30 a.m. They will be returning at 11:40 a.m.
Thank you very much. We are at item H1, and I will turn it over to Councillor Johns.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
There's two items. So I'm still getting the procedures and trying to understand. So I'm looking, I guess I need a motion for the finance presentation to be spoken to, finance presentation report 2023-3 unaudited 2022 year-end financial position. Councillor Crone, thank you for that. And I don't need the vote until we throw it over to Mr. Marshall for us to talk about it. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of committee. This is an interesting period for the finance group as right now we're going through the 2022 year-end process. We're looking at actuals for 2023 and planning the 2024 budget. So we're going through 3 years at once. So today we're focusing on the 2022 year-end actuals. For the last few months, we've been going through the year-end close. We have new auditors, KPMG, and they're going through they're conducting the final strokes of the audit, and they'll be here hopefully in June to present their findings. Ms. Valadima, who's our Director of Finance and Deputy Treasurer, is here to go through the preliminary results for our year-end 2022 and to go through our proposed operating surplus allocation. So with your permission, I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the committee, staff, and general public watching today. Today's presentation will summarize the 2022 year-end position for how our actual financial results compared to budget. Next slide, please. Included in the annual budget are 3 main operating budget areas as well as our capital program. The operating areas include tax-supported operations, with the main source of revenue for this budget being property taxes. We have a fee-supported budget funded by permit and other development-related fees. We also have a rate-supported budget funded by user rates for water and wastewater. The capital program is funded from reserve accounts and development charges. The year-end position from the tax-supported program areas resulted in an unaudited surplus of approximately $2.9 million. While this may seem like a large surplus, the majority of this surplus is related to one-time events or items that cannot be included in the base budget because they're unpredictable and temporary in nature. Supplementary taxes, reassessments, payment in lieu taxes make up approximately 40% of this surplus number, or $1.15 million. This revenue is unpredictable in nature, fluctuates year over year. We do include an amount in the budget, conservative amount that can be sustained in the long term. A further 25% of the surplus, or $741,000, comes from salary savings. In 2022, this savings was related to a combination of staff vacancies throughout the year, gapping related to staff turnover, and reduced programming and part-time staff in the first quarter of 2022 during the final lockdowns of the pandemic. Throughout the town, in various programs, we saw cost savings that contributed to approximately $460,000, or 16% of the surplus. These relate to a savings in utilities as, again, a result of the Q1 closure of ice pads and other facilities, mileage accounts, discretionary expenses, some materials and supplies, and facility rentals throughout the organization. Within our CIES program, we saw a net cost savings of approximately $405,000, or 14% of the surplus. This related to winter maintenance and roads operations programs and related temporary developer cost recoveries. There was an increase for 2022 in funds received coming from our bylaws and parking revenue, as well as penalties on taxes. This made up approximately $311,000 of the surplus, or 10%, and budgets were increased here for 2023, as this is expected to be sustainable in the long term. Library operations experienced a one-time surplus of approximately $207,000 relating to temporary staff vacancies. Again, not something that is sustainable, so it's a one-time in nature. While there were cost savings and one-time sources of revenue throughout the town, there were also areas of cost increases. These offset the surplus by approximately $361,000 and were made up of increased fuel costs, fleet repairs, software licensing, event costs, and an unusual increase of increased park tree maintenance. In the areas where these cost increases are expected to continue, the 2023 budget was adjusted to reflect the higher costs. Before I move to the next slide, I'm happy to pause for any questions because that was a lot of information.
Thank you. I'm looking to committee to see if anybody has Councillor Roy D. Clemente and then Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Ms. Adema. The 361,000 that was sort of over budget, what's the, I guess I understand that what happened with fuel, and I know, with fleet repairs, it's really just trying to extend the life of some of our fleet. I understand that park tree maintenance is really just weather dependent. If we have a big storm, takes out all the trees, then we need to repair that and take care of it. I'm a little bit concerned about the software licensing and the bank fees as well as the event costs. I mean, obviously, in total, this is more than 1% tax increase on our tax base. And so I'm just wondering if you can give me a percentage of what was in our control and what wasn't, I guess, is the best way of putting it.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. Our bank fees increased by about $20,000 of that $361,000. That was increased in the 2023 budget, and again, related to an increased transaction volume. Advertising increased by about $26,000. Software licensing about $35,000. Over the last couple of years, we have been able to move a lot of our software to cloud-based subscriptions, but those costs have been covered by provincial COVID funding. So we've moved that into the base budget. We did increase that budget for 2023, and that's where those numbers fall out.
And then with event costs climbing as well, what was happening there?
So event costs, our event costs were increased by about $100,000 overall for expenses, but offset by about $78,000 of sponsorship and grants. So the overall event cost increase was about $20,000.
Thank you.
Councillor Leahy, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask if there's any opportunity to offset those decreases by looking at increasing fee revenues from bylaws and parking and penalties, et cetera, if specifically with regard to opportunities in the future to address speeding issues and road traffic issues, if the town is looking into those types of photo cameras where they issue automatic fines for speeding, and if there's an opportunity to increase fee revenue in that department specifically, which would at the same time be increasing public safety in areas of the municipality.
Through you, I can defer to our bylaws team, but I do believe that speeding fines and those types of traffic violations are provincial. So they would not, that revenue would not come through to the town.
Through you again, Mr. Chair, might I suggest that General Manager Molinari from the CIES department address potentially that question?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Certainly there are opportunities to be able to charge lay charges and generate revenue from speeding. Currently, the town doesn't have any of that infrastructure in place. There are adjacent municipalities that are doing things like that, and that is something that we could look into and provide a report to council on what some of those opportunities might look like. There are significant costs with establishing those types of programs. The cameras can be quite expensive, but there may be opportunities for something along those lines. We'd be happy to report back on that if council wishes us to do so.
So sitting here in committee, if there's a direction to give, we can follow a direction. I personally wouldn't be supporting that. But if you would like to produce the motion, it's your opportunity to do so.
May I ask the town clerk, is this the appropriate opportunity to put forward a motion or at another opportunity?
Through you, Mr. Chair, council is in the midst of the presentation. Perhaps this could be further deliberated when the motion is up for the committee's deliberation stage. We're still, I think, in the midst of a couple of slides. So, Councillor Leahy, perhaps you can provide me with what the context of the motion would be, and then that can be something that committee members can entertain or discuss.
Great. So just before we move on, one comment from me. I'd just like to address under the salary savings. And I recognize that some of that is coming out of COVID and there's programming and staffing costs, but I would like to comment, like the number's over 20%. And so I just want to say thanks to the staff on behalf of us, or as chair of this committee. I think we recognize that the team is working incredibly hard. And looking forward to seeing positions filled, and I know that turnover is kind of baselining for us, and so on behalf of this committee and through finance, I just want to say thank you to all the staff, because it shows in that number, and I just want to say thank you, and we appreciate you.
Next slide, please. In our rate-supported area, or water and wastewater program, there was a surplus of just over $1 million. Approximately 66% of this surplus is related to one-time revenue related to drinking water permits, new connection fees, and net proceeds from water meter sales. This revenue is unpredictable and inconsistent and cannot be used when setting rates in the long term. A further $512,000, or 50% of the surplus, comes from increased user fee revenue. This is a direct result of increased water volumes as well as new accounts. Increases here were accounted for when possible during the 2023 budget. However, water volume usage is difficult to predict on a year-by-year basis. Within the water and wastewater program area, there were a couple of areas with increased costs as well as some areas with cost savings. These are being closely monitored and will be adjusted further in the 2024 budget if any trends continue. Next slide, please. The development and fee supported area has fee revenue that is intended to be self-sustaining over time. For 2022, all areas of this program had contributions to reserve rather than draws from their respective reserves. This chart in the final column shows what our budgeted draw was for each of the different areas, and the third column shows what the actual reserve contribution was for 2022. The development for Woodbine 1 is the main driver of the increases in all areas. The overall contribution to reserve is $3.2 million rather than an anticipated overall draw of $929,000. Next slide, please. For our 2022 capital program, we had total capital expenditures of $11.2 million in 2022. The main projects here: Health and Active Living Plaza, architectural services for the EG Sports Complex, road rehabilitation, sports complex refrigeration plant enhancements. We also have total previously approved capital outstanding with all of our capital program of $110 million, which makes up about 93 projects that we have on the go right now. In 2022, we closed 96 projects, leaving 93 left open. At the start of 2023, we have 60 new projects that were approved in 2023, plus the 11 with increased budget that were already approved. Next slide, please. So at this point, when we review the surplus, we always get asked the question, where do the funds go? Surplus is allocated based on 4 main objectives that were approved by council a couple of years ago. So when we look at our final tax-supported budget and our financial results for the end of the year, we allocate based on 4 main objectives. We first allocate to the fee and rate-supported surpluses to their respective reserves. So water, wastewater stays in water, wastewater. Development and fee stays within each of those 5 programs. Second, we review the tax-supported reserve balances for any current or forecasted negative balances, and we ensure those get topped up accordingly. Third, any surplus funds are allocated to the asset replacement reserves up to the required annual contribution amount. Our asset management plan dictates what that contribution amount is. In the short term, while we're finalizing that asset management plan, we use amortization or accumulated amortization as targets. Finally, funds are allocated to the reserve accounts based on specific objectives and priorities of council. Next slide, please. For our tax-supported surplus, we have approximately $2.9 million that needs to be allocated. You can see from this chart where those proposed allocations have been assigned. The majority of them, $2.7 million, is going to the asset replacement reserves, with $201,000 going to program-specific and $9,300 going to our corporate reserve. These, again, are allocated in the amounts assigned based on the priorities that we just discussed. Happy to take any questions regarding the allocation.
Thank you. So if there's any questions regarding allocation, and then also I know that there was a question regarding moving direction coming out of this as well. So happy to take comments on either. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two library-related questions. One, the library operating, the program-specific library operating reserve, it's capped, I believe, at $137,000. The library has recently drawn down. They've spent some money out of that reserve. Would the amount that's contributed then be, when the audit is completed, would the cap be, would we be putting more money into that reserve if they've pulled down on that account?
So the number that you see, the 1631, brings the cap up to the 7% of their tax levy funding for 2022. This is the 2022 year-end position, so it would include any expenditures that happened in 2022. If there's further spending in 2023, we will allocate based on the 2023 year-end position.
Okay. So 2023 expenditures would create room for any 2023 surplus that might be generated. Okay.
That's correct.
Mr. Chair, I had another question. With respect to the surplus from the library, it's $207,000, and I see that there's only $100,000 going into the library asset replacement. So what's happening to the other $107,000 that was, the library obviously had the same sort of gapping experience that the town itself did, and so, you know, they would, of course, appreciate library money to stay in library reserves. So I'm just wondering what's happening there.
So we allocated approximately 50%. We take a look at the priorities of the town throughout all of the branches and departments throughout the town, and look at what's available from the surplus and allocate according to that. If council direction is that we would like to change that allocation, this of course is a proposed allocation, and we're happy to take any direction that would require a change.
So if I may, Mr. Marshall, maybe you can add in.
Sorry, so through you, Mr. Chair. So we are cognizant of the library surplus and trying to keep as much as possible. And one of the things that we did do through this process was we looked at a few factors. One, we looked at what the need was of the library for that reserve, not just for the current year, but for the 10-year. And we, based on the allocations that we provide annually, we determined that there was sufficient funding in the reserve to carry them forward for the 10-year period. We also looked at the amortization amount, which is one of our guidelines on how we allocate funding. And the amortization is about $127,000 a year, and we contribute $150,000 a year, so we're contributing more. As well, we also recognize that there's some other areas that required the funding more than we figured that the library was. For example, the parks. We know that we're not contributing anything to parks right now, so we use part of the library surplus to go towards the park.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it may be helpful just for our library board's understanding if there was some sort of a memorandum or a report or something for Councillor Carruthers and I to bring to the library board, just to be able to explain that while there was a surplus, $100,000 of it went into the asset replacement reserve. The full amount didn't go in because the reserve is actually looking pretty healthy from an asset replacement perspective. Given that the library doesn't have, $1 million fire trucks to replace. And so, from that perspective, it's a good explanation, but it's hard for Councillor Carruthers and I to explain that without sort of some of that background information on an asset management perspective. And so that would be helpful to us as liaisons to the board to explain why the 107 didn't come over as well. Thank you.
Great. So any further comments as it directly relates to here, members of the committee? Seeing none. There's 2 more slides. Sorry, my apologies. Go ahead. Thank you.
Next slide, please.
Like to keep things moving.
These ones are fast. Within our water wastewater program, the entire surplus allocation is going into our infrastructure reserve. This will assist with achieving the target levels that are set out in the approved financial plan for water wastewater. Next slide. And then finally, for our fee-supported programs, each of the different areas have their respective allocation to their own reserve based on the revenues from each of those programs. That is the final slide. Happy to take any final questions.
Thank you. It's not intending to rush. We can go back and deliberate those slides too. Members of the committee. All right. Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, help lead me here.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So this motion, the original recommended motion that's placed on the agenda was moved by Councillor Crone. Subsequently, through discussions that were heard earlier, Councillor Leahy had suggested for a staff report to be brought back on options and costs to install automated speed enforcement to help offset expenditures identified in the unaudited 2022 year-end financial position presentation.
Great, thank you. So we'll speak to, allow for Councillor Leahy to speak to her motion, and then discussion, then a vote, and then we'll come back to the motion. So Councillor Leahy, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I believe it could potentially be a win-win for the entire municipality if, in fact, there would be a financial revenue source as well as increased public safety, which is always a concern that is top of mind of residents throughout the municipality. So I think it's a potential win-win. So I would fully support staff looking into the possibility of purchasing speed cameras in order to offset some of the other expenses in the budget. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Leahy. I just wanted some clarity on your motion. Are you requesting a report from staff that explores this, or are you giving direction that we purchase without that we purchase and move forward with a program?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's to request the staff provide a report to council exploring this feasibility of this motion that I'm putting forward. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to ask staff for a report on the feasibility of a municipal speed camera system. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I think it would be helpful to understand what's happening and get a scan of what other municipalities are doing. I know we've talked about it briefly. I know York Region has a program, and there was some discussion a few months ago, maybe a few more than a few months ago, about us potentially doing it, and at the time it wasn't feasible. I wonder if that climate may have changed, and I'm happy to hear what other municipalities are doing to address this as a way for us to take advantage of municipal best practices. So if it's a report we're asking for, I'm happy to entertain that motion. Thank you for bringing it forward, Councillor Leahy. But I'm not going to hit the gas as far as spending some money on buying the equipment just yet. Thank you.
So our
I drive a hybrid, Councillor Crone.
Our acting CAO, I know you had raised your hand there if you're looking to provide comment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just in the spirit of kind of managing expectations around reporting back, I'm just wondering, Mr. Molinari, would it be reasonable to report back, perhaps say in Q3, with a view of if there is a program to be considered, it could be considered as part of the 2024 budget process and deliberations? I'm just trying to sort of set expectations appropriately with what you're expecting back.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely, that timing seems like it would be appropriate. So we'd do some research and report back in the fall.
Thank you. I don't know if anybody else would like to speak to this. Just comment. I'm not very much in favor of having cameras watching us, and I don't want to go down a slippery slope of restricting freedom of movement. So I'm not going to be supporting the motion. Anybody else want to speak to it? Yeah, Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. For the benefit of residents, I believe it's a safety issue, and one aspect of the report that the General Manager Molinari might look into when the preparation of the report is taking place is what specific areas might benefit the most, and I'm thinking top of mind school zones to protect children. If it was decided or suggested by staff that we proceed with speed cameras, that there may also be some suggestions in the report as to the best places for those to go. Thank you.
I don't know if Mr. Molinari wants to comment. I saw the nod.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely, we can look into this. Typically, automated speed enforcement is completed in community safety zones, which are usually associated with school areas. So those would be the areas that it would likely be confined to.
So if there, again, Councillor Roy DiClemente.
I would, to your point, Councillor Johns, I would hope that the staff report would address the financial impact, both pro and con, and also the matter of privacy that you raise. I think it's an important issue. So that report could also address that too.
Any other comments from the committee? So we have a motion. Everybody's had the opportunity to speak, so I will call a vote for all those in favor of that motion. So we have 2 votes in favor. All those. So we have 3 votes in favors. Councillor or Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps if I place a motion onto the screen, because it has gone through variations of minor changes.
Whew. I have a optometrist appointment tomorrow, so be it resolved that council requests staff to report back in Q3 2023 on options, feasibility, and financial impact to install automated speed enforcement to help offset expenditures identified in the unaudited 2022 year-end financial position presentation. And so we've had the opportunity to discuss. Councillor Carruthers, comments.
Now that I see the wording of it, it's a little bit problematic that we're using this as a revenue tool to offset our financial position, and I'm very uncomfortable with that. I will not be in favor of this.
So I want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to speak on automated speed enforcement, speeding cameras on this motion. So I've read it. It's been moved. Opportunity for discussion. So a vote of all those in favor. We have 1 vote in favor. All those opposed? Motion's defeated. So the next item on the agenda, thank you. Next item is we need to approve. Yeah.
I need to give you another motion.
All right, bring it on here.
Madam Clerk, could you put the prior motion, the defeated motion on the screen, please?
Yes, just bear with me for a moment.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that committee request staff report back in Q3 2023 on options, feasibility, and financial impact to install automated speed enforcement program. in the town of East Gwillimbury.
So
It's just a
committee,
report.
we, Sorry.
Prepare a report.
this is committee, we only need one mover. We don't need a mover or a seconder. So Councillor Roy DiClemente has, I will read this, be it resolved that council, or should it be committee? I guess I'll
It
just
should
read
be
it.
committee, yes.
Okay. Be it resolved that committee requests staff to prepare report back, to prepare
a report.
a report in Q3 2023. This is my eyes as well.
You can read it on your screen.
I'm not good with split screens. On options, feasibility, and financial impact to install automated speed enforcement program in the town of East Gwillimbury. Councillor Roy DiClemente has moved this. We don't need a seconder, so we need a vote for, comments. Yes, questions, comments. Councillor
you.
Carruthers.
I think this is substantially similar. The gist of the conversation has been that we install this as a revenue generator. So even though we've taken out the line from the defeated motion, it's still fundamentally the same motion. And the discussion that led up to it is all here on record, that we would be looking to use speed enforcement as a revenue tool, and I'm still not in favor of that, even though we've taken it out of the motion. I also have a procedural question of, can we bring a motion like this when it's substantially similar to the one that was just defeated?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's best practice not to do that. However, if it is the will of council to entertain this motion, council has that, and they by all means can have that discussion and make that position, take that position. So it is really up to council to decide whether they would want to entertain or not.
So thank you, Madam Clerk. So as I said, this is substantially similar to the one that was just defeated, and it's the same intent based on the discussion of council. There's been no discussion of not using this as a revenue tool, so it's not something that I can support, and I would suggest that we don't entertain the same motion twice. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, no, I'm thinking, thank you, Councillor Carruthers, and I think that you have demonstrated your point that it's a similar motion. I don't want to discourage the opportunity for folks to bring forward their motions, however, so in this instance, as me as chair, I'll allow the motion move forward, and you made your point that it's a similar motion. So is there any other discussion? Councillor Roy DiClemente, and then Councillor Leahy.
I certainly did not suggest that this was a way for us to generate revenue. The number one issue that I heard at the doors, or that I continue to hear from my constituents, is community safety and road safety. This is a tool that may be in our tool chest. I'm certainly not saying that I'm supporting the idea that we put the program in. I would simply like a report on the issue, and whether or not we would consider it would be the next step. It's just a report. So this is not a revenue tool for me. This is just a report on what other municipalities are doing and what the implications might be for our community. And it may turn out that we decide not to because we don't want this to be a cash grab, but we also want to find ways, and it's within our it's our mandate to try and make our community as safe as possible. And if there's something that we should explore, then I'd like to explore it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roy DiClemente. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. The idea came about during the presentation by the Finance Department. However, the intent behind it is a creative way, potentially, not definitely, but potentially, to explore ways of reducing speed and protecting the general public, which, as Councillor Roy DiClemente has said, was a daily theme in terms of the campaign, with people concerned about speeding issues. And this council, and the fact that even in the first 6 months of my term on council, there have been motions passed to reduce speed limits in areas of East Gwillimbury. And so I would, the point of it being connected with offsetting expenditures has been removed, and so I would like to proceed with this motion. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. If there isn't any further comments, I would just like to, as sitting on the board versus the chair, the fact that we have removed the financial aspect to that, I note that. I will also note that I'm chairing this. I'm the chair of finance. So I don't think that we can just kind of walk away from that. That's my opinion, because we're having this motion with me and the chair. I will say if that is part of the plan to bring this up in a later discussion, I'm not saying that I wouldn't entertain a discussion around that community safety later. Right now, I'm sitting in chair of finance. Not sure I want to be there. I've also raised concerns about my personal concerns about privacy and future restriction of freedom of movement. And so I'll just put that out there again. I think we've given everybody the opportunity to speak. If those folks who move the motion, if there's no other further amendments to it, again, it was already called out that we may not even have to be entertaining it, but in the spirit of transparency and allowing that to happen, that motion was already defeated. So I'm going to call the vote. No other discussion? Calling the vote. All those in favor of be it resolved that committee request staff to prepare a report Q3 2023 on the options, feasibility, and financial impact to install an automated speed enforcement program in the town of East Gwillimbury. All those in favor? We have 1, 2, and 3. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Chair splits that?
Split vote is for the negative.
For the negative. Okay, there we go.
But you haven't voted.
Sorry, who hasn't voted? Oh,
You have not.
I'm opposed. Motion's defeated. There we go. Okay. So now we're dealing with the motion that is Councillor Crone moved. And it was, be it resolved that Finance Department presentation report be received, and that subject to the final 2022 audit report, council endorse in principle the allocation of the year-end operating surplus as outlined in Appendix A to Finance Report 2023-3. All those in favor? Okay. All right, that carries. Okay, one more report under Finance. 2022 Statement of Development Charge Reserve Funds. Over to Mr. Marshall. Oh, wait, we need a mover. Who wants to move it? Councilor Roy D. Clemente, thank you very much. Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a report that we provide annually in accordance with the Development Charges Act. It provides a detail on development charge activity that's happened throughout the year. So on a high level, we collected 11.1 million in development charges on 140 building permits, which is down from what we collected in 2021, where we collected 26 million on about 1,200 permits. So activity was down. And interesting point on this one, out of the 11.1 million, 7 million was due to Woodbine 1's contribution through development charges. In 2022, we spent 6.4 million, and the main expenditure was the Health and Active Living Plaza, where we spent 5.6 million in development charges. So the rest of the details are in the report, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Marshall. Any questions, comments from the committee? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Motion carries. Madam Mayor, back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we will move along to Development Services with Councillor Roy D. Clemente in the chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering about our timing. Was there a discussion about when we would be recessing for lunch? Do we have any indication when we would like to do that?
We didn't have a discussion, and this is probably the time to have one. What is the pleasure of council? I am quite sure that our lunch is ready whenever we are.
Can we say 40 minutes and come back at 1 o'clock? Would that be appropriate, members of committee? Yep. Everybody's stomachs say yes? All right, that's what we'll do then. Thank you.
Is that what your stomach was saying?
For those joining us on the call, the committee is recessing for lunch at 12:20. They'll be returning at 1 p.m.
Okay, I think we're live now. We're back in CWC. I'm in the chair for Development Services, and we have I think it's 3 items on our agenda today. No, more than that, 5. I have to flip my page over. So the first item is a presentation from Bylaw Enforcement Services on administrative monetary penalty system. May I have a motion to put this on the table? Moved by Councillor Johns, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Bahen to introduce this.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Staff are here to present an overview of this program. This system would represent sort of a departure from relying on the provincial courts and the associated system that we're able to leverage through the courts. We will be following up with a comprehensive report and recommendations, and it will also include the various bylaws that are impacted by this report. But we thought that by way of introduction, that this would be a good opportunity to kind of make council familiar with the concept and the intent and direction that staff are pursuing, and an opportunity obviously to ask any questions. So without any further ado, I'll turn it over to our bylaws manager, Jen Nichols.
Madam Mayor, Council, any of the public that are here today. This is just, again, an introduction to the AMPS program, which is Administrative Monetary Penalty System. Next slide. So this will just be an agenda, brief agenda of kind of what we'll be discussing during this presentation. The administrative monetary penalty, what it is, what the current process is with our Provincial Offences Act court system versus the AMPS regime that I'm hoping that we'll implement. The bylaw impacts, the benefits to AMPS, cost recovery, and kind of what our next steps will be. So next slide. What is an administrative monetary penalty system? It's a municipal alternative to the provincial court system that administers and adjudicates bylaw offenses. In 2016, there was amendments made in the Municipal Act that provided authority for municipalities to establish a system of administrative penalties for enforcement for parking and other less serious offenses. Similar to the Provincial Offences Act system, so the POA, except for the administrative system is more of a judicial-based review system. And again, the Municipal Act does provide discretion to determine, for municipalities to determine what the amount of the administrative monetary penalty and its own procedures for collection. The AMPS regime has already been implemented in several municipalities in Ontario, including Newmarket, Markham, Vaughan, Hamilton, London, Oakville, Oshawa, Kitchener-Waterloo, and all reporting with the process is running smoothly and efficiently and cost-effective. The towns of Aurora, Georgina, and the townships of King have recently received council approval to implement the AMP system and are in the preliminary stages of starting that up. So in a nutshell, the administrative penalty system replaces the Provincial Offences Act process and can be designed to meet the needs of the municipality while providing open, transparent, and objective process. The intent of the system is to improve administrative efficiency and still respecting the natural course of justice and due process. Next slide. So some of the key objectives with the program is that it's faster, more flexible, and customer-focused adjudicated process for bylaw offenses. It transfers the bylaw disputes from the current court process to the municipality provides the ability for more serious offenses to proceed through the court process if warranted. The traditional approach that has been that the officer issues a ticket, and should the ticket recipient wish to dispute the ticket, a trial date may be requested before Justice of the Peace. The Region of York prosecutes all our Provincial Offence Act violation or matters that are before the courts. Once the court proceedings are initiated, the town is subject to the court's scheduling pressures. The court has a significant backlog with limited judicial resources assigned to POA courts, resulting in many minor offenses, such as our parking offenses being withdrawn due to the time between tickets being issued and the scheduled court date. The traditional approach has proven inefficient, resulting in lost revenue for the town. The AMPS process will require procedural bylaw to appoint screening and hearing officers and amendments to our existing regulatory bylaws, new sets of policies to ensure fairness and accountability, and approval of administrative fees for late fees and fail to respond fees. The regulation passed by the Municipal Act does allow the municipality the discretion to determine the amount of the administrative penalty, who can be appointed screening and hearing officers, and its own procedures for collection of the administrative penalty and the appeal process. Next slide. The current, this is a current process. You receive a parking ticket. Within 15 days, you have the ability to dispute the ticket. It's then gone to the court for processing. The ticket is then affirmed, varied, or canceled, and the court decision can be appealed. With the current backlog in our courts, this process could take over a year between the offense date and the trial decision. Next slide. With the AMPS model, the ticket is issued. There is a mechanism to appeal that ticket, and there is 2 steps to that appeal process. There's a screening, which is either written in person. Then if they're not, would like to appeal that decision, it goes to a hearings officer. Failing to do anything, it eventually goes into collections where we have the other options for collection, which include plate denial for parking ticket matters, added to taxes, and going to collections. With this AMPS process, matters can be resolved within a few weeks to a few months between the penalty notice being issued and the hearing officer and appeal decision. So much quicker. Next slide. So I'll just go over quickly the screening officer and the hearing, so the process for the disputing of an AMPS ticket. The individual receives an AMPS notice will be provided reasonable notice that an administrative penalty is payable. If the individual wants to dispute that penalty notice, he or she has the right to request a review at no fee by a screening officer. A screening officer will typically be our staff that would hear the dispute. That would be the first step. They have the authority to affirm, vary, or rescind that penalty notice, including any administrative fees. If the individual does not agree with the screening decision, they can then have the opportunity to appeal that with a hearing officer. Next slide. This is just the hearing review. Hearing officer has, the authority to cancel, affirm, or vary the screening officer decision. The decision of the hearing officer is final. In both cases, the screening and hearing officer have the authority to take into consideration financial hardship when determining whether to cancel, reduce, or extend the time for payment of that penalty notice. Next slide. So the penalty notice process, a notice is issued providing a due date, and staff is proposing a discount of 25%. This is similar to what we're currently doing with our parking tickets. All our parking tickets have the ability to pay an early payment discount, so this will be similar to that. You again have 15 days. You fail to pay within the 15 days, you're unable to dispute, you have the set fine amount. After 31 days, There's a letter that's sent out where the additional late fees would apply. Staff are recommending $25. This is similar practice to what other municipal comparators are charging. The amount due, and then if it's a parking matter, additional MTO fees. So an MTO search fee is when a person has failed to respond to their ticket within the prescribed time. A request is submitted to the Ministry of Transportation to obtain owner information for the purpose of mailing out the reminder, like the notice. The town is required to pay $8.25 for every search that we do. So these fees would be added to the fine amount on the ticket along with a nominal administrative fee to offset costs. Next slide. So part of this AMPS process does require policies. It requires the municipality to develop policies related to the administration of AMPS, which include conflict of interest, prevention of political interference, appointment of screening and hearing officers, financial hardship, financial management and reporting, and public complaints. So these policies are currently with our review with our town solicitor and would be final approval from our acting CAO if it follows through. Next slide. As part of this process, this will require some amendments to our regular bylaws to include those AMPS provisions within them. As part of this housekeeping exercises, there is just 3 bylaws that we're looking at just making a few amendments to. One being the sign bylaw. Currently, the wording of the bylaw is problematic for staff, as we actually have to catch the person that's actually erecting the sign. The new changes that staff are proposing would, in short, no person shall erect or cause to be erected. So in short, we would be able to find the company that's actually putting the signs up. Another bylaw is the obstructing and encumbrance bylaw. It has come to staff's attention that we have no bylaw to regulate a person depositing snow on a sidewalk, which was surprising. So amendments were made to this, are proposed to be amended to this bylaw to add some wording to incorporate enforcement tools to be able to address complaints going forward. And the property standards bylaw, fees and charges bylaw was recently amended to include a fee to appeal for a property standards order. This was just added to the bylaw to be consistent with our fees and charges bylaw. Next slide. Some of the benefits. Benefits for the town is that it's efficient, faster processing of notices. We have the flexibility on how we serve a penalty notice. Current process under the POA system is that we have to personally serve it on the defendant. This gives us the ability to mail that notice out. Potential increase in bylaw compliance. Obviously, with all our team, our bylaw team, we focus on compliance first and charging and next steps are enforcement after that, but definitely enforcement, or we start with compliance. We do have the potential to increase bylaw compliance with this process, increases revenue as it's less prone for extensive trial delays and being withdrawn from the court. And expedited cost recovery. There is early payment incentives for folks that do receive a ticket. Faster appeal equals faster cost recovery and 100% collection, which I'll go into later. Benefits to the public. Timely access to the public to administrative penalty review and appeal system. Enhanced customer service. All payments and appeals would be handled through the municipality. It's also the matters would be resolved in a more convenient and citizen-friendly process where folks would not have to go to court, and it's less intimidating for them. And they'll also receive an appeal decision within a reasonable time. Benefits to the POA system, free up limited judicial resources to focus on more serious matters that are in the courts, and reduce congestion within the courts. Next slide. The Municipal Act does provide the ability for the municipality to add any unpaid administrative penalty to tax roll and collect it in the same as municipal taxes. So we do have the ability, if the defendant owns property within town, we do have the ability to put it on their taxes if they fail to pay. Next slide. So again, to go over cost recovery options, one of them being the MTO. We do have an agreement with them currently to pursue parking-related offenses. This allows town to collect parking fines through the plate denial process, meaning if you don't pay your parking ticket, you can't renew your license plate. The other option, like I said in the earlier slide, is that we do have the ability to add any unpaid fees or fines applied to municipal taxes as another cost recovery method. Next slide, please. So as far as timing, this process does involve a lot of administrative work to it. There's the adoption of the administrative penalty bylaw, the appointment of the screening and hearing bylaws, the amendments of various regulatory bylaws that we have to include those AMPS provisions, related forms, workflows, and staff have also reached out to our municipal areas to potentially look at an MOU to share the cost of the hearing officer. So we're looking at that as well. Yeah, so as I stated before, it's with with legal currently for review, and then it's anticipated that staff will bring forward a report with all the draft bylaws for council's consideration in July. That was a lot. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you very much for this introduction to this. Members of committee, questions? Councillor Johns and then Councillor Crone.
Just a quick one. I was just looking for the background on that parking ticket data point on the 25%. You said that it's on parking tickets now, and then you want to move forward. So I'm not sure how long that has been in place. So that's my kind of first question. And then, or do you have data that proves the driving of people wanting to pay and be done with it? Like, what are those numbers?
Through Madam Chair. So currently, when we implemented our traffic and parking bylaw in 2019, we did impose a fine structure which included a early payment discount. So that's been in place since 2019. I don't have statistic data in front of me, but I can say the amount of tickets that are requested to go to trial has reduced 90%, I would say. Yeah, it's very effective. Yeah.
Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to our presenter. You talk about appointing screening officers, and is this something that we can assign in-house, or will we have to hire new staff for this position?
Through Madam Chair, this would be through staff that we currently have. So it'd be administrative staff. It could be one of the officers. It likely will be me. But yeah.
Smile when you say that.
Yeah, but that will all be in-house.
Okay, I know your department is incredibly busy. Are you feeling confident you can handle the extra workload?
We're going to time it out. I'm hoping that this will really be up and running in 2024. We'll start up and running, and we'll have a better gauge of kind of what that's going to look like as far as workload. But for right now, we're going to try it, and we'll see. And I can always report back to council to see kind of what our revenue is and kind of a justification for another staff if need be for the admin portion of it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think too that there's some savings to be had in your time and not having to attend court and so on. So it's sort of, it may balance out, but we would have to hire or find a hearing officer. So we would have an in-house screening officer and then an external neutral party to do the hearing piece of it for us. Is that how that would work? And that would be where the MOU comes in with other municipalities?
That's correct. Yes, yeah, and I anticipate we likely, with, as far as numbers go, I'm anticipating maybe every 3 months we would be able to, to use a hearing officer and again, looking at cost efficiencies and looking at MOUs with other shareholders and municipal partners to help offset some costs there.
Thank you. Any other questions? I did have one, as more of a request, and perhaps committee would humor it. Right now, we're dealing with the invasion of the bag signs because it's renovation season and lawn maintenance season, and so you're getting a lot of requests to have those bag signs cleaned up. Is there a way for us to quickly amend that sign bylaw to be able to give you the tools you need to enforce a little bit quicker? Ms. Bahen?
Through you, Madam Chair, Manager Nichols has pulled out that specific bylaw and prepared a report to bring forward for council's consideration at the next meeting, just because we were conscious of the time sensitivity around addressing that issue. So.
Well, then we don't need a motion then, do we? It's already happening. Thank you. So next steps would be that you would be preparing a report for us in July that would bring all of those proposed amendments and all those other bylaws that would include the AMPS system into that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we had a motion on the table from Councillor Johns to receive the presentation. Lots of information to take part. Oh, we've got a hand? Oh, Janice, you have your hand up.
If I may, through you,
Yes.
Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Chair. The timing on the July date that we've been talking about here is realistic insofar as the policy itself is that can be done. There are several bylaws that would have to be amended to come within the purview of the AMPS legislation. So, and those are not as quickly done as a policy. In addition, there are a number of policies that Ms. Nichols referred to in her presentation, which had to do with various matters, including getting giving power to the screening officer to use discretion, and the hearing officer involves an MOU with various municipalities. And we won't all be on the same page in terms of what kind of delegated authorities we'll want for those officers. So that is more of a finesse exercise that's going to take longer than the July timeframe. But happy to answer any questions with respect to the policy if you have any. But we'll bring that other back in consultation with GM Bahen and myself in terms of the timing on the rest of it.
Thank you, Ms. Ingram. So I think at this point, the next step is the report in July, and Ms. Nichols, I think you had indicated you were hoping to have it up and running by 2024. So obviously, there's a tremendous amount of work that has to happen between now and then. So thank you for bringing this to us today. And with that, I will have the motion to receive the presentation. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you, Ms. Nichols. I think you're staying, aren't you? Yeah. Next item is a report, DS 2023-16, the Firearm Discharge By-law. We have a motion that we receive, that we repeal the bylaw from 2004, and that the proposed bylaw be approved in the form or substantially in the form attached as Appendix 1 to the report. May I have a motion to that effect? Councillor Leahy, Ms. Bahen, I'll let you kick this off.
Through you, Madam Chair, the report before you is intended to update sort of the mapping and the boundaries associated with the current firearms bylaw. You obviously heard some deputations earlier today. The report does not address that point. It's merely to bring the boundaries of where firearms discharge is permitted in line with our growing population and where the urban centers are. And I'm sure Jennifer can speak to that in more detail if required.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. I mentioned this when it came forward before. I still have issues with the areas that are close to residential neighborhoods. I know from firsthand experience that people are out walking from the second concession over to Anchor Park, and there's also hunter's blinds in there. And I was hoping that the mapping would include this area, and we had talked about that before. And when I look closely at the mapping, it goes right up to the people's backyards. And so it's like we're denying that people actually go out walking in the woods or in our natural heritage system. I don't think that people need to be walking that close or need to be hunting that close to our community. And I would very much like to see the urban area of our town to all be no hunting. I've had many calls from constituents about hunting back in there, asking, is that legal? It's an accident waiting to happen, quite frankly. So that corridor between Holland Landing and Queensville needs to be closed off to hunting. There's too many people walking back in there.
Madam Clerk, can I ask you to pull up the map that's attached to the report, please?
Through
Just so we
Madam
know
Chair,
what
our
councillor
Deputy
is
Clerk
referring to.
will be able to share that. Just bear with us for a moment as he's pulling up the map.
Just for clarity, so that we have a good understanding of, not everybody is as familiar with it. Thank you, Mr. Welcome. So Councillor Carruthers, I'm assuming that you're looking at the piece that looks a little bit like Lake Simcoe. It's stuck in the middle between Sharon and Holland Landing. It's pointing down. Yeah, it's Cook's Bay.
There is plenty of space in East Gwillimbury for hunters to be going, and I'm worried about as we get more people. I can tell you from firsthand experience, the woods out back there are very well traveled, and like I said, it's an accident waiting to happen. There's people back there and there's hunters blinds back there. I don't think it's necessary that close to the urban center or urban area.
Ms. Nichols, did you want to?
Through Madam Chair. So that area, so we do have provisions within this bylaw, and I didn't change very much of the actual bylaw itself as kind of where as far as provisions go. It states right now that anything over 50 acres, regardless if you're in that firearm discharge area or not, you are permitted to hunt. I did try to be a little bit less permissive with my original draft bylaw that went out for public consultation, and I got a lot of public comment from hunters that were not in favor with these new restrictions, and hence why I left it kind of consistent with what we have currently.
Members of committee? Go ahead, Councillor Carruthers.
I think there's a public safety issue here, and I'm sorry if the hunters are upset, but I think that the people who are walking have rights as well. And I don't think the people who are walking are necessarily going to be pulling up the hunting bylaw. So you might not be getting comments from them, but I get comments from them as a councillor that they don't feel safe when there's hunters blinds in an area that is a short walk from our new subdivisions.
Councillor Johns.
there we go. So I used to have my license just as disclosure. I don't anymore, but I'm in favor of what Councillor Carruthers is saying. Like, that is not some stretch. Like, we don't need to have hunting specifically right in that area in their backyards like that dip into the area. I'm happy to support if there's a motion there to go back and revise that section. I think that, like, if you look at the map and you see all the other opportunities to go hunting, there's lots of opportunities. We're not restricting anybody from going hunting. Like, I mean, there's all kinds of opportunities to hunt within East Gwillimbury. I think that this is a safety issue, and I'm happy to support Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if Ms. Nichols can address what other municipalities do, which are potentially more densely occupied than East Gwillimbury. But having stated that anything over 50 acres, there is already permission to hunt, I'm wondering about the practicality of making changes to that.
Through Madam Chair. If that's what the council's directing, I would have to take that provision, that 50-acre provision of hunting out of the bylaw and shade that area to indicate a non-discharge firearm area. There, as stated before, there was significant response from residents not in favor of taking that out of the bylaw. My original draft, I was trying to make the wording a lot easier to understand, and because it was all over the map. You were allowed to discharge in this area, in the shaded area, but if you were hunting and 50, like, it was just very gray, hence why I took it out originally. And there was, I wouldn't say significant backlash from that, but definitely lots of comments from residents that enjoy their hunting and their property and their right to hunt on the property.
So if I may clarify, what we're discussing here is that piece in the center of our urban area has parcels of land that are greater than 50 acres. Is that the issue we have right now? So
Yeah,
if we
just
were
by
to
looking
shade that gray area into orange, there would be people who have pieces of land who would not be able to hunt on them because they have more than 50 acres, and we would be prohibiting that. Is that correct?
Yeah, it looks like there's some, I'd have to get a larger mapping to kind of define what areas were over 50 acres, but there is a stretch there that looked like they would fall under that. So of course that shaded area would be in effect, right? You wouldn't be able to hunt in that area.
Councillor Carruthers.
Can we get map D up on there? It shows a little bit more of a close-up. I think some of that area too is the region getting into the lagoons in there. So if you look at this, if you look in the top right-hand corner, you can see the backyards back onto an area where people are allowed to shoot guns. There's children playing in those houses in their backyards back onto an area that we are allowing firearms to discharge. And I just think that's wrong. And I think we need to be very cognizant when we're building out our community that we're not setting up these situations.
Go ahead, Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. A question for the enforcement officer. How are other municipalities with a greater population than East Gwillimbury handling this situation with the growing population?
Through Madam Chair. They're regulated, firearms are regulated federally, so those urban areas don't even have, they don't have a bylaw because it's federally regulated. You can't shoot a gun off in downtown Toronto, for instance, right? It's a federal legislation that would cover that. Most municipalities that do regulate firearms are similar to us, where they have the urban areas, those community areas, in addition to the rural areas.
Before we move forward with any sort of decision, I did want to sort of talk a little bit about the deputations we had earlier today about the Sunday hunting. It seems to me that, as you had said, this was really just a housekeeping exercise to update the map and not necessarily look into the provisions that had been existing in there before. It seems to me that the prohibition on Sundays was sort of a holdover from the times when you couldn't buy gas on Sundays either. I'm just wondering if you have any comments on that matter, Ms. Nichols.
So, yes, through the chair. We currently don't allow for Sunday gun hunting. Again, that's not something that's regulated by bylaw. That's MNRF that would regulate that. We don't regulate that at all. I will point out that our noise bylaw does permit the discharge of firearm on a Sunday. An hour, half hour before sunrise, half hour before sunset, similar to the NFR guidelines for hunting. To keep in mind, yeah.
So the deputants said that they wanted us to amend this bylaw to allow hunting on Sunday, and what you're suggesting is that it has no bearing here whatsoever.
Yeah, so if it's council's direction to lift the Sunday gun hunting, I did reach out to MNRF to take next steps, right? So basically what they would require is a resolution from council requesting the lifting of the ban of the Sunday gun hunting, and then they would remove East Gwillimbury from that list.
So it has nothing to do with this bylaw, and it's completely separate from what we're addressing today.
Correct.
Okay. So the matter of the mapping, Councillor Carruthers, I heard you might have a motion in the chute. Is that the case?
Yes, I'd like to, I guess I would like to ask staff how they would like to proceed with this. I don't want to just arbitrarily say the one area that I know is unsafe should be changed. I would like us to really take a look at to make sure that there's no hunting in people's backyards. And right now, we have that in that area that I identified, because I know that area closely. But I worry that there's other areas too, so I'm not really sure if staff want to take this back again, if we want to, a motion on the table just to shade in that area that's within our major urban boundaries. I would defer to staff of what is easiest way to handle this. I'm happy to make whatever motion is necessary, but I would like them to hear from them how they'd like to handle this.
Staff, I know you've already done a significant amount of work on this. Before I hear from you, I just saw Councillor Foster's hand go up. Feel free, and then perhaps we'll hear from staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While I don't disagree with any of the information that's been put forward so far, looking at that mapping and going from shaded to unshaded in that mapping, every piece of it's on against somebody's property, somebody's backyard. So I'm not sure where we stop and where we start with this. I understand the proximity argument, how close you are, but you could own 49 acres and still be in that back acre right next to where the hunting goes. So I guess there's more information that we need. Are we sending you down the wrong road here, like to try and look for information that probably isn't there?
I'm not sure how you'd like to answer that, Ms. Nichols.
This is tough.
Yeah, so we did go back to the mapping after the last council meeting, and we filled in those pockets of the extended community areas that was that discussion for council, again, that safety concern for residents. So we shaded all those areas. It added another 256 acres added to the non-discharge area from the original one that was provided to council originally. Again, if it's council's direction, I don't mind changing that mapping up in the bylaw to that shaded area. I'm hesitant to remove that 50-acre hunting provision just based on the number of upset residents hunting that like hunting on their property. But if that's kind of council's direction, I don't mind just revamping that mapping to shade in that area and bring it back to council for.
So would that be introducing a challenge for you from an enforcement perspective? If we've shaded in that centerpiece and yet there are 50-acre parcels that we're allowing people to use, is that creating a conflicting issue for you from an enforcement perspective?
No, because that's how the bylaw is written now. So if
Okay.
you're in that shaded area currently and you have over 50 acres, you're permitted to hunt regardless. So this would be similar. We'd be shading in this area. We would catch likely that top portion where it doesn't look like they're more than 50 acres to add a little bit more
Okay.
safety to address that.
Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I conflicted is a good word. Through you, Madam Chair, to our Ms. Nichols. I struggle with the taking away the 50-acre provision as well. I'm a gun owner as well, and I still have my license. Not that I use them. I can't remember the last time I used my firearm. Anyway, I certainly don't hunt. But I'm wondering if it would be worth, and maybe you've already done this, a chat with those landowners to see if we're removing this, if we did remove the ability to hunt on that property, if that would be an issue to them or not. I hate taking away someone's ability to use their property for something that they have been doing in the past. So I'm conflicted about with public safety and someone's property rights. So I would just wondering if you've had a chat with them, or if that's something you could do to see if they're willing.
Ms. Nichols?
Through Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd have to get the exact address from Councillor Carruthers. Yes, certainly we could reach out to see. I suspect the answer would be no. They don't want to have their rights taken away to hunt on their property, but I can ask. It's very political, and I had a lot of upset residents when I made changes to this. And I tried to appease and take into consideration everything, and hence why I probably don't have a whole full room behind me of people upset with this bylaw. So
Because you've been trying to strike a
I have. I've been
balance.
trying to strike a balance between both.
And I guess that's what we're also seeing here today, is that we're also struggling. It's kind of trying to strike a balance between I'll call it growing pains. Ms. Bahen, I saw you had your hand up, and then I also saw Councillor Johns wanted to speak.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think if council's direction is to go back and revisit this, we could also at the same time conduct a bit of an environmental scan to look at what other, to Councillor Leahy's point, what other municipalities are doing and how they handle that buffer, that integration between residential and area where hunting is permitted. Because it is a complex issue, and it'd be complicated to manage from an enforcement perspective, but we can certainly learn from some other examples and provide that information to council.
Councillor Johns.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear up some of my ignorance on this. So what we're saying is that if the area is currently shaded right now, but it's over 50 acres, they can still hunt within that 50 acres.
Through Madam Chair, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there something that you'd like to do with that information, Councillor Johns?
Well, I actually think that is quite fine. I think in the shaded area, if there is that land, I think that it's fine. Where I grew up, residential, and then there's 50 acres behind, I knew there was hunting back there. Like that, I was fine with that. And if you have a firearm and you're hunting, you're not going up to somebody's back fence line, and you are responsible. That 50, I need to assume that 50 acres was created out of some type of data, I would hope, as opposed to being arbitrary. And so I would follow the professional's direction saying that this area is shaded, but if it's 50 acres, it's allowed. I have to respect the professional's direction on that. So that's what I wanted clarity on, so I could better understand. So Thank you.
So at this point, do we want to ask staff to revise the mapping to include that rectangle in the center of the urban area? Or do we want to adopt this as presented? Or do we want to send this back for another round of poking about? Councillor Carruthers.
I think it's important to look at who owns the land. If we could put Schedule D up again, and you can see that there's the backyards, to Councillor Foster's point, we're not talking about every rural backyard. I'm talking about the subdivision on the top right. I don't know if you can zoom in anymore. The subdivision on the top right. People who live in rural homes, know that there could be hunting on the back 50 acres, but I'm not sure people who move into a subdivision are expecting when their kids go out the back door into the forest behind them that there's going to be hunters in there. I think that land, and I'm open to correction, but I believe that's all DG land, and on the north side of Doane Road, it's Kelson, I think, and then we get into the region that owns the lagoon. So a lot of that corridor there is not landowners who want to go out and use their land for hunting. But I think it sets, I think the map looks like we are in favor of public safety when we have no hunting behind the subdivision. Right now, allowing hunting in that area behind that subdivision, yet no hunting further down, like the whole area between Yonge and the second concession is all shaded in as no firearms discharge, yet we're at the subdivision. It just doesn't make sense. So those are all lands that are slated for development, so they're owned by developers, and I think saying no hunting, I think the landowners would be in favor of that. So I'm happy to move any sort of motion to upgrade the mapping or update the mapping to include no firearm discharge between the urban areas of Holland Landing and Queensville.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Okay, I've got a motion on the floor to update the mapping to include that, and when it's brought back to us at council, that would be the amended version, basically. Is that how we're going to do that? So we're going to receive, we're going to repeal, and we're going to approve as amended the bylaw that has been presented to us today. So the motion that we had earlier was made by... So Councillor Carruthers has amended the motion that put it on the floor. That's why, because we had a motion at the beginning of the conversation. Was that Councillor Carruthers' motion or Councillor John's?
I'm happy to
So
whatever.
was
I'm just
Councillor
looking, can I
Leahy's
look for
motion.
clarification on that? So
Yes.
within the urban areas of Queensville and Holland Landing is what you, between.
The Cook's Bay shaped piece of white in the map.
Okay, just wanted clarification on what we were
discussed.
about to vote on. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Leahy.
Madam Chair, is it possible to break this down into separate votes for clarity of voting?
Yes.
Then I would like to suggest that we break it down into manageable chunks.
Okay. So we have a motion from Councillor Carruthers, Madam Clerk, and there's 3 different votes I'm going to call.
Through you, Madam Mayor, is the intent to, I'm going to put the motion onto the screen, and I'll put some numbers to it if we can get some clarity. Is the intent to split the entirety of the motions one at a time, or is it the
Yes.
amendment that's being proposed by Councillor Carruthers?
So we've got, we'll call it 2A, be it resolved that we receive the report. Moved by Councillor Carruthers. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. Motion 2B, moved by Councillor Carruthers, that Firearm Discharge By-law 2004-81 be repealed. All those in favor? Opposed? And that motion is carried. And that the proposed, so this is motion 2C, that the proposed Firearm Discharge By-law be approved as amended. which was attached as Appendix 1 to Development Services Report. Also moved by Councillor Carruthers. All those in favor? Opposed? And that motion is carried. Does anyone, I'm willing to entertain a motion to address the Sunday hunting matter. Councillor Crone.
Yeah, I think we could go, Madam Chair, we could go one of two ways, that we go ahead and direct staff to allow for Sunday hunting with firearms. They're allowed to do crossbows now. Or we direct staff to come back to prevent something. I think it's fairly simple, so I'm quite happy to say, to give direction today to amend or send our resolution to MNR to allow for Sunday hunting with firearms.
Ms. Nichols, I think you had said that you needed a resolution from council to present to MNR in order to make that change. Is that correct?
Yes, so they have indicated a municipal resolution to MNRF requesting to be added to the list of municipalities where Sunday gun hunting is permitted.
Okay. So, Councillor Crone, it sounds like you're making a motion to request that staff prepare a resolution for our consideration?
Yes, and it would have to be...
At a future council meeting?
Yeah.
'Cause we know
Happy
you're
for
busy. Any questions on the motion? The intent is understood. Councillor Carruthers.
Sorry.
I'm wondering what percentage of our residents are hunters versus those who are walkers. And as I said earlier to the deputant, I think we need to share our space, and making sure that there is one day out of 7 where people can safely walk, knowing that firearms won't be discharged, I think is a good way to share the space. So I will be voting no to this, because I believe that we have more people who like to enjoy the outdoors in a way that doesn't have guns around them. Thank you.
Councillor Johns.
Yeah, I'm happy to support Councillor Crone's motion here. It's for us to discuss at another meeting date, and I think that it definitely warrants a discussion for our community. So happy to support.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Crone. All those in favor? Or do you want to have a conversation? Okay, so some further discussion. Councillor Foster?
I just think it's worth mentioning that you still need to require permission from the property owner, so it's their decision whether it's going to happen on a Sunday or not. I think that's worthwhile bringing out.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none. All those in favor? And none opposed. That motion is carried. I'm just going to make an announcement. We're almost at 2 o'clock. We were scheduled to start our council meeting at 2 o'clock, and I just want to let everyone know that we're going to be continuing on with their agenda today, and the start of the 2 o'clock meeting will be delayed. Am I okay, Madam Clerk? Okay.
Yes, thank you so much.
That satisfies your requirements?
That does.
Okay,
Thank you,
good.
Madam Chair.
All right, the next item on our agenda is Planning Branch Report DS2023-16, an application for a telecommunication tower at 432 Queensville Sideroad in Holland Landing, west of 2nd Concession Road. Ms. Bahen, I'll let you, actually, I'll ask for a motion first. Moved by Councillor Leahy. And I will turn the microphone over to Ms. Bahen to present this report.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. This is the first of 2 telecommunication reports, and I believe the proponents are online. They were earlier. I'm not sure if they've hung with us for this time, but I also wanted to introduce our second newest member of the planning team, Paradis Zanjanchi, who is here and able to answer any questions that council may have about this or the next telecommunications report.
Welcome to Team EG, Pardis. Members of committee, do you have any questions for the new member of our team? Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you and welcome. My question is simple. How fast can we get this? We have very bad cell service, and we just need this ASAP.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Paradis. I'm a new planner working with the planning department of the town. I've just graduated from the University of Guelph in rural planning and development. I have another master in architecture, and I've joined the town since January. And I'm so honored to meet you all in person. I'm so grateful to join the wonderful team of EG, and I'm pretty hopeful that with this amazing team, we're gonna make so many positive impacts on EG communities and EG environments. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I can tackle the timing one. As with anything broadband related, this is driven by the private sector. In this case, what's sort of exciting about this application from Shared Tower Inc. is that they do have co-location capacity on the tower. So while the initial application is mobility focused, cell service, they can accommodate internet connectivity as well. So we've certainly shared this with our broadband working group and with any of the private service internet providers that we work with to see if there's an opportunity to expand coverage in that regard as well. So.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if you can give me any indication on, like, are we talking months, are we talking years? Because people in this area of Holland Landing are looking at going back to landlines, and because the cell service is so bad. So I'm just wondering, I don't want to advise people that this is coming and don't get your landline back if this is coming momentarily, or if we have any sort of idea.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll maybe defer. I believe that the proponents are still online and can probably speak to the timing on behalf of Shared Tower Inc.
Do we have any guests on the line who can speak to this?
Hi there. My name is Cheyenne from Shared Tower. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yes, we can, Cheyenne. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much. In terms of having the tower constructed and, of course, having the carriers install their equipment on the tower, we're looking to have everything done within the year. As soon as we are able to receive the letter of concurrence, it will go into the construction schedule. We'll be meeting with the carriers to ensure that there is from beginning to end, we try to have these up as soon as possible because we know that these are certain areas where they do need the improved coverage. So definitely within the year, and we can provide updates in terms of a more specific timeline once we have the construction dates aligned.
I think they would, because emphasize.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
that. Are you satisfied?
Thank you.
Okay.
Residents will be very happy. So thank you for that. We lost coverage when the Minto subdivision went in and they took down the cell tower that was there. So it's been getting increasingly worse. So thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? We've got a motion on the floor from Councillor Leahy that we receive the report and we authorize the issuance of a letter of concurrence. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. The next item on our agenda is another application for telecommunication tower on the other end of town at 19 Albert Street in Mount Albert. Pardis or Ms. Bahen, did you wish to speak to this?
Through you, Madam Chair, we do have a representative of the entity that is supporting the tower development. So Ms. McKay can speak to timing. This one is mobility focused, and I believe on behalf of Rogers Infrastructure.
Thank you. Ms. McKay, if you're on the line and would like to speak to your construction schedule, that would be appreciated.
Thank you. Yes, so now legally we're given 3 years once concurrence is issued. It's required to be built in that 3-year time for that concurrence to be valid. It is with Rogers, who is a upper tier company, so there is some timing and some approvals. After we get approval from municipality, it does go to NAV Canada and Transport Canada for their approval. Winds and soils are also done, final cell design, transmission design, final hydro, all a bunch of different qualifications that are required after approval. Typically, we see 18 months or less. However, we know that it is something in this area that's very required. So it is currently funded, and our hope is to get it as soon as possible.
So a little bit longer than the first one, but not quite as long as we thought it might be. I did not put a motion on the floor. Thank you very much, Ms. McKay. I did not have a motion put on the floor. Moved by Councillor Carruthers. Any further discussion? Yes, Councillor Leahy, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Chair. So if we are comparing those two towers, the one going into Holland Landing and the one going into Mount Albert, can you provide further detail as to the differences between those two towers and in terms of what services they'll offer as well as physicality in terms of size, if there is any difference?
I can certainly speak to the function and then maybe ask Ms. McKay to speak to the design elements. But the function for this particular is mobility for Rogers customers, so cell service essentially. And it does our protocol requires that they have co-location available, but it's not always practicable. Whereas for shared tower, that's sort of their business model, is to build the towers and then have other service providers co-locate on that structure. So the first the first service that they're connecting to is cell service, but there's certainly opportunities for internet service providers to have a relay located that would support wireless internet as well. So, and then I don't know if, through you, Madam Chair, if Ms. McKay may want to speak to the design of, which I believe is a monopole.
Absolutely. So the one we're proposing is a 40-meter monopole. So that's just the one kind of tower with the antennas attached. The shared network is a self-support. So that's more of the structure where you see supports, whereas the monopole is just one standard. So ours is a little bit shorter, but also skinnier because it's just the one pole.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Councillor Johns.
Yeah, just for clarity, it's I noticed that the positioning is on the bottom of the drumlin as opposed to on top. And so that 40-meter pole, is that going to be imposing right at 48? Like how big is that? Like 40 meters high, like is that imposing? Do you any thoughts? Comments?
Ms. McKay?
So we have done a visual simulation. It is at the very end of the road, close to the train tracks, to make sure that it doesn't interfere with any road visibility. It is fenced in, again, not to make sure it doesn't interfere with any road visibility. There is a very small cabinet on the ground. It's very similar to those green hydro boxes you would see. So again, it's close to the ground, that cabinet, and the pole has been made sure to ensure it doesn't interfere with any visibility coming up and down the street.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Any other questions? Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just wondering if we had received any, I would presume we reached out to the neighboring property owners of where this was going to be located. Have we had any feedback, positive, negative?
Through you, Madam Chair, public meetings were held for both of these applications and there were no comments received.
Okay, we have a motion from Councillor Carruthers. Any further discussion? Seeing none, that we're going to receive the report and authorize the issuance of a letter of concurrence. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. McKay, and for Pardis, thank you. Welcome again. The next item on our agenda is Development Services Memorandum regarding Heritage Salvage Program and Property Standards. May I have a motion that this be received? Moved by Mayor Hackson. Discussion? Ms. Bahen, did you have any further comments to add to the memorandum?
Through you, Madam Chair, just wanted to note that this originated from a request of council to explore the feasibility of such a program. And given sort of what our constraints are in terms of enforcement and what the requirements in terms of maintaining and caring for any assets would be. The recommendation was that it's not feasible for the municipality to undertake at this time, notwithstanding that there is value in maintaining heritage assets where possible. So the follow-on recommendation that we continue to work with the advisory committee and with anyone that is looking to remove or demolish a heritage property to connect them to resources that would be able to conserve any heritage assets.
Okay. Any questions? Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a liaison to the Heritage Advisory Committee, I just wanted to comment that this is an ongoing problem, and we don't expect there to be an easy answer. It's just kind of difficult when we often say to people that we encourage them to try and save and make available for reuse whatever they can, and then the answer, or the question always is, well, can you help us do that? And our answer is kind of, no, we can't. So we're looking for any fabulous ideas that anybody might have. I don't know, Ms. Petejan, if there's any other companies out there that we could, point our people to, that kind of thing, but I guess that would be our next step.
Ms. Petejan.
Through you, Madam Chair. Currently, we do refer them to Habitat for Humanity's Restore as an option. One of the challenges is that the heritage work that the municipality undertakes is concerned with the exterior and sort of architectural features, and what we're typically talking about in these instances are interior features that we really don't have a mechanism to deal with, nor does the policy have any sort of regulatory teeth to say you must keep this or must not keep that. So it is challenging because I think council values these heritage assets, but we just don't really have the mechanism or the resources to be able to undertake that right now, but we'll continue to explore connections to Restore and other service providers that may have a use for these assets and may be able to reuse them.
Councillor Foster, one of the thoughts that I had was a few years ago when we were dealing with there was a septic program and people had to provide a certificate of having had their septic system pumped, and they would say, well, I don't know who to use, and we would, without endorsement, simply provide a list of people who could perform those services. And I wonder if that might be something that we could ask the Heritage Advisory Committee to do, is to assemble a list of restoration experts and contractors who specialize in heritage restoration who may be wanting some of those interior aspects. And that could simply be, here's a list of people that we've accumulated who might be interested. And that could be something that because I know the Heritage Advisory Committee wants to be able to help. So maybe that's how we could at least tick those boxes beyond that of the Habitat for Humanity Restore.
That's actually a very good point. And Ms. Petejan, if we move ahead with that, I can certainly do a little bit of legwork if you provide me with who I need to talk to. How's that?
That's great. Thank you so much. So we have a motion that we receive the memorandum moved by Mayor Haxon. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that motion is carried. And that's the end of our prepared agenda. Ms. Petejan, did you have anything further to add today?
Not at this time, thank you.
Members of committee, anything to raise under this area? Seeing none, I'll turn the chair back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Given that there's no prepared items for the balance of today's CWC agenda, unless there's any items, may I suggest that we move to adjourn today's CWC meeting and proceed to starting the special council meeting. I would also like to advise members of the public that we are delaying the start of today's council meeting, which was initially planned to start at 2 p.m.
Madam Mayor,
please.
if I could,
Yes.
we don't allow cookies at home because I end up eating them all. And so I was wondering if right after this, we could get our pictures taken with the Tim Hortons Smile cookies and then devour them all.
I think that's a wonderful idea. We can be smiling all the way.
Great.
Is there a reason why you wore a blue suit, Mr. Cookie Monster?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if it is council's wish, we can certainly go ahead and pass a motion to adjourn today's committee of the whole. That would give us some time to actually transfer over to the special council meeting, which is a separate one from this one.
Thank you very much, and the time is 2:09, correct? I have a mover. Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much.